Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and I'm doing a live stream on YouTube today. It's April 18th, and the markets are closed today. So we're not going to be doing the telemetry for the market, but we're going to go over the news. So let me just plug a couple products here, and then we'll take a look at some of the videos and play them. But please help support my work by making sure that you subscribe to all the channels. I have 7 different channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's important that you subscribe to all of them because I do live streams, especially on YouTube and on Rumble, and I have to move around based on if there's a strike on a channel or not. So please make sure you subscribe to all those channels. All the links are in the description of this video to subscribe to those channels. You can follow me on X. I have 2 channels on X. I have also a channel on GETTR. You can help support my work by donating. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. And you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the donations, the paid membership that allows me to do these videos for free. All right, I do all these videos for free. Thousands of videos out there for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. So please help support my work by donating, by subscribing, by sharing the links, and by participating in the chats. So with that, I also have products. Some of the products that I have are structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, lemongrass, lavender, or peppermint. Get a few bars for your household. Very high quality soaps that I use. And by supporting my work, you're also supporting your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nano silver soaps, and use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you purchase $150 or more, you will get a free gift until supplies last. All right, with that said, let's go to Times Radio about Trump here.
Another day in Gaza, and some more casualties with influx of more casualties coming.
Speaker.
Next, that rampant same face in this.
To what's happening in the States. Donald Trump says the termination of the US Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell can't come soon enough, raising fresh concerns about political influence on America's central bank. The comments are just the latest attack on Powell by the US president and have added to speculation that the White House is looking to remove him from his post before his term ends next year. Trump has said Powell hasn't done enough to strengthen the US economy as the effects of the tariffs kick in. But many are concerned about the impact of ousting the Fed chief. Let's speak to Douglas Holtz-Eakin, president of the American Action Forum and a former director of the U.S. Congressional Budget Office. So, Douglas, you're just the guy to talk to. Welcome to the program.
Well, thanks for having me.
Okay, first of all, in headline terms, what about this tussle between the chairman of the Fed and the president?
Well, the tussle is not new. President Trump appointed Jerome Powell chairman when he was first president back in 2018. Mr. Powell was criticized roundly by the president during his first term on multiple occasions, and that was when the specter of him first being fired was raised. Mr. Powell was reappointed by ex-President Biden for 4 more years of term, and on the campaign trail, the president again criticized the chairman. This issue was raised, would he fire the Fed chairman? And when asked about it, Chairman Powell said, can he fire you? He said, no. If he asked you to leave, would you? He said, no. He said, would you care to elaborate? He said, no. And that's the last statement Mr. Powell has made on this topic. And the president has continued to talk, as you've heard so much about.
Certainly. And it seems that the president was particularly irked by Mr. Powell's comments yesterday evening at an event in Chicago. And he said the Trump administration, has brought in some, quotes, very fundamental policy changes, including the tariffs, which are, quotes, significantly larger than anticipated. It's a statement of fact. Why is the president so angry?
the statement, in fact, contradicts what the president says, and that makes me angry. Mr. Powell went on to elaborate that those tariffs would cause inflation to be higher, somewhat higher, and the economic growth be somewhat slower. And so that's also a statement of fact. I don't know any economist who disagrees with that assessment. The question is the magnitudes. And when asked about the magnitudes, he said, well, we really have no idea. This is much bigger than the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, and that was 95 years ago. We're in uncharted territory.
We're definitely in uncharted territory. I think using the Smoot-Hawley historical precedents is a poor analog, because lots have changed with global trade and technology, alliances between different countries. A lot has changed, right? So that, I think, is a false comparison. But what's also important to realize is that the Federal Reserve caused the inflation, not the tariffs. The inflation that you have been seeing for many, 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 many months, actually a couple of years, is because of a mistake of reading inflationary data from the Treasury Department through Janet Yellen and through the Federal Reserve through Chairman Powell. And Chairman Powell did not do shock therapy when they realized that they read the inflation data wrong. And instead, they did raise rates, but they didn't raise them high enough to cut off the inflation like Volcker did. Paul Volcker, he didn't do that. And because he didn't do the shock therapy, it became sticky. And then he added insult to injury by lowering rates in 2024. And by lowering rates when the inflation is still above 2% and unemployment is below 5%, it's inflationary. So the Federal Reserve did two things that caused the inflationary problem that we have today. They didn't do shock. They did three things, the three problems. They read the data wrong. They didn't do shock therapy when they realized they read the data wrong for inflation. And they cut rates too early in 2024. That's the reason why we have sticky inflation. There is no data to suggest in a modern era that the tax policies from Trump are going to be widespread inflation across the board like what the Federal Reserve did in recent memory, just a couple years ago. So who's really at fault here with the inflation? Is it Donald Trump or is it really Chairman Powell? And that's really the crust of the question. And of course, this clown, it can't even bring that up.
I think that's a fair assessment of the situation, but the president's displeased that someone would suggest these tariffs were somehow negative in any way.
Right. And Douglas, you're the president of the American Action Force.
Advertisement. All right, hold on.
The president of the American Action Forum and a former director of the U.S. Congressional Budget Office. I'm going to guess that you are a traditional fiscal conservative.
Ma'am.
Right, okay. So how do you respond to what appears to be chaos unleashed both on the U.S. domestic economy and, if you look at what the leader of the IMF has said today, the world economy?
I'm dismayed. I mean, this is an own goal. This is just a terrible policy error that's been made by the Trump administration. It serves no one's interest. And that is the most baffling part of this entire tale. If you think about it, were he to remove, in an unprecedented fashion, Jerome Powell as chair of the Fed, I would be worried about the world capital markets and market stability, and worried about the dollar, and having something that makes
first of all, I don't think that Trump can force Chairman Powell out. All right, I don't think he can fire him, but they could put a lot of pressure in the news about the mistakes he made, such as reading the inflation wrong with Janet Yellen during the Biden administration, not doing shock therapy when he needed to because he was placating to the Biden administration, and he cut rates too early when the data was showing that there was inflation. So if you cut rates during inflation, guess what? You have more inflation. That's the reason why Powell needs to leave. And if he's such a fiscal conservative, he's such a conservative kind of economist, then why isn't he bringing this up? Because the Federal Reserve under Biden, based on the economic conditions of the time, the decisions they made inflation worse. Now, this whole trade agreement issue is one, or tariff issue that's going on with Trump. It's multi-pronged. One, we need to bring back manufacturing to make more economic clustering in the United States. Two, we need to have entry-level positions for people that are coming out of high school and out of college, even elite universities, so they can start their career. We have lost that because of 35 years of hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs. People don't understand manufacturing isn't just putting a bolt in some sort of widget. It involves statistical analysis. It involves manufacturing engineering. It involves mechanical engineering. It involves all these different types of engineering disciplines. Then you have the economic clustering with the supply chain, and then the peripheral businesses that start to blossom that are small businesses. And that's how the society flourishes. When those jobs are gone, how do these people that are coming out of high school and out of college, even elite institutions like Harvard, are going to be able to find their first job when those entry-level positions aren't as available? That's the reason why the younger generation can't form families and can't afford their first home. That's one big reason. Another is that we don't have enough housing. We need more housing built that's affordable. But there's the problem. You lost the economic clustering. But if he's such a conservative, why doesn't he say this? Because the positions that Powell has made have not been conservative. They have been very liberal and leaned heavily towards the Biden administration.
It looked like child's play is not in the president's interest. He doesn't need that kind of turmoil, yet he's persisting in this line of inquiry. So, today we learned one additional fact your listeners might want to know about. The president has met on a number of occasions with a gentleman named Kevin Warsh, whom most view as the likely successor. And he has asked Kevin Warsh about replacing Donald Trump. So this isn't a hypothetical. He's actually spoken to someone about taking the job. That's quite damaging, and it makes people very nervous.
Yeah, and how hopeful are you that when Trump says we will have a trade deal with China, and Caroline Leavitt, his press secretary, says we've got people beating a path to the White House door to sign trade deals. We're in advanced negotiations with 50 countries at the moment. How hopeful are you that will actually bear fruit? We've heard this kind of talk before.
So I will give you a classic two-handed economist answer. On the one hand, I am quite pessimistic about this. What exactly does the president want from China? For that matter, what does he want from Mexico and Canada? The essence of a deal is to have something you would like and something to offer the other country. And we don't have the makings of a deal here because we don't know what he's trying to accomplish. And so that should make you pessimistic.
He made it very clear what he wanted. He wanted to bring back American jobs for economic clustering. It's very clear. And then not only that, bring down the barriers of entry into other markets. We don't have free trade. You know why? Because our trading partners have created barriers of entry for American goods. That's not fair. It's not free and it's not fair. Meanwhile, taxpayers, middle class, lose their manufacturing jobs because there's multinational corporations are sending them to low-cost centers. And the jobs that we do have and the products that we are making, it's harder to send them to these countries because of the tariff barriers that they have put up. China's tariff barriers, before Trump even went into office, asked the question, go on to, let's say, ChatGPT or whatever. Ask the simple question. Before Trump came into office in 2025, what was the tariffs on American goods from China? And you're going to notice that the countries that he's going after, they have tariff barriers because they're trying to protect their industries and hurt the exports of the United States. That's what it's about. Now, I said that within what 60 seconds? Why can't this guy say this? I thought he was a conservative. What side of the what football team is he on?
This president will never admit he's wrong. This president will always say that he did the right thing, one, but he does respond to pressure. And
what about the economists out there and Chairman Powell and Janet Yellen getting up on a pedestal and saying, we screwed up and caused the inflation in 2023 and in 2024. And it's so sticky that it's not going to go back down. Now, let's not worry about the inflation rate. You know, when someone says, oh, the inflation is going down, they're talking about the inflation rate. You also have to take a look at the cost of a good and what's the absolute cost that you're paying in dollars. That's sticky. The inflation rate is how much it's increasing year over year or month over month. Depending on some countries, it may be hour by hour. But the point here is that the absolute dollars that you're spending on goods and services, that price is sticky because of what Powell, these economists, and Janet Yellen did. They fucked up.
President, the first time he levied steel tariffs, and within 2 months had exempted our largest sources of steel, Canada, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, Germany. So he responded to pressure then. When he levied the new reciprocal tariffs and the universal tariff on Liberation Day, he very carefully exempted Canada and Mexico from any further tariffs, because that had already been clear that that did too much damage to the U.S. economy. We are integrated with those economies in a very tight way. So he's responding a little bit to pressure already, and I think his advisors are just desperately looking for a way to give him an exit ramp and save face in this instance.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the role of the EU, represented today in the White House by Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, what role the EU might give him when he's looking for a way out, when he's looking for a victory. Because he said in the last 24 hours there will 100% be a trade deal with the European Union. He says, yeah, we're going to lead on it, essentially. We're going to call the shots. But let me quote him directly. I fully expect it, and it'll be a fair trade deal. What do you think?
I think that what that means is he paused tariffs, he'll ask the EU to pause the retaliation. That would be fair. He will then say, lower some very specific tariffs, some of which are legacies of the past, and that will give him the excuse to lower the U.S. and we'll just call it even. So there is a way out. Getting to that point, I think, is an imperative. I'm deeply concerned about the notion that the U.S. would damage the world economy this much, and in the end game, be isolated and have lost the alliance it's traditionally had with Europe. That would be a terrible outcome.
Yeah, and what about the so-called special relationship on the front page of Friday morning's Times, Douglas? The headline is this: blow to UK trade hopes as Trump says substantial tariffs will stay. But we're also hearing in both that, hey, I'm going to be going over to the UK, I'm going to be hanging out with the king, I'm in talks with him, it's going to be great, even bigger than last time. I mean, does he love the UK or not? And if he thinks UK is special, why is he not giving us a special deal?
He loves visiting the king. I think that's an established fact.
Yeah.
Very, very, very proud of the fact that this is his second invitation. He did say when he was president the first time that he'd have a deal, a trade deal with the United Kingdom within a week of them leaving the European Union. Yeah. That didn't happen. So I would, be pleased by his words, but check your wallet when he leaves.
Okay. Douglas, what a way to end. Thank you very much indeed. That's Douglas Holt speaking, president of the American Action Forum.
All right, I want to go to Al Jazeera here. They're talking about U.S. launch hundreds of strikes on targets it says has been held by Iran-backed Houthis.
And we've seen as well, on the other hand, that this strategy actually did not stop Yemeni from launching attack against Israel or continue the blockade against Israeli ships in the Red Sea, or either stopping attacking United States battleship. Just in the last week, Yemeni have shut down 4 MQ-9. The number of MQ-9 that has been shot since the Gaza 7 October is 19 United States MQ-9. So what Trump have said at the beginning of the attack in mid-March, he said that he wants to stop any attack in the Red Sea and to lift the blockade for free navigation and to stop attacking United States ships and to stop attacking United States drones. Has this stopped? No, actually. Yemeni army has increased their attack against Israel. They have increased their attack as well against United States battleship. And I believe that the coming step that will come from Yemen, it will be to target maybe oil tanker that belong to United States or UK, either in the Red Sea or Arabian Sea. And as well,
if they're gonna start targeting the oil industry, I'm telling you, the United States is going to escalate war in Yemen. I mean, they have to, because they can't let Yemen chokehold that flow of oil. I mean, and then Saudi Arabia is getting involved. And I'll tell you, it's like I said, 2025 is going to be packed with 10 years of history. All right. I am doing a live stream on YouTube, and I'm doing a simulcast on X Spaces. So you can listen either way. So please, if you have a question on X Spaces, just raise your request for the mic, and you can tell me what your opinion is on what's going on in the financial markets, or what you think is going on with the Trump administration. This is an interactive show, so please, participate if you would like to. All right, this is all live. So thank you, everybody that's listening and watching. So let me plug a product here, and then we're going to go to Victor Davis Hanson talking about the universities. We're going to spend a little bit of time on the university issue that's going on in the United States. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality structural nano silver. I'm sorry, it's been a long week. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great dual purpose deodorants that I have. All right, they're made from essential oils from the Himalayas, and you can get it in citrus, and you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. No aluminum, no baking soda. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals. We've created these products. It's dual purpose. You use it as a deodorant, and you can detoxify your body. All right, made from all natural ingredients, very high quality essential oils from the Himalayas. You can't get a better deodorant bar. It is more expensive, but you can't get a better deodorant bar. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a couple bars for your household, help support your health, and help support the work that I do. All this stuff is for free. I tell you how to stack this stuff, to detoxify your body, to use products that are natural for you, and to boost up that immune system. If you're detoxifying your body and you're using supplements and products like the deodorant that I have on my store, your health is going to improve. So please go to my store, get a couple bars for your household. It's for males and females. If you spend $150 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last, and you can use discount 5 on top of that, and you get $5 off. So it's a win-win for everybody. You help support the work that I do, and you get healthy. And I want you to get healthy. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's I love how that guy that was talking on Al Jazeera, his title is pro-Houthi journalist. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera. They're talking about the nuclear talks with Iran, and then we'll go and talk about the universities in the United States.
Of indirect negotiations on Saturday between Iranian and US officials. Arati is in Moscow. He's been meeting with Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, who says Russia will do all it can to facilitate the negotiations, which take place in Rome tomorrow. But Iran's foreign minister has also warned that the attitude of the Trump administration may put those talks at risk.
Regarding some doubts about the United States' will and seriousness, we have doubts about the US seriousness in this regard. We have doubts about the US will in this regard. But we will join these rounds of talks regarding the peaceful Iranian nuclear program. All these matters, all these conditions that will be unrealistic, will diminish the chances of reaching an agreement.
We need to go forward towards reaching agreements that will help both countries, and the dialogue is ongoing between Iran and the United States, where Russia is quite ready to cooperate and to support the agreement.
Meanwhile, Iran has been marking National Army Day with a show of strength. President Masoud Pezeshkian watched the military parade in the capital, Tehran. He is hoping for sanctions relief, while Washington wants guarantees over Iran's nuclear program. Well, we have correspondents standing by to cover all angles of this story. Alan Fisher is at the White House. Tariff Asadi is in Tehran. First, let's get the tape from Moscow with Yulia Shapovalova. Yulia, so we heard there from both Sergei Lavrov and he was talking about the growing spirit of cooperation and deepening trade relationship between Iran and Russia, and speaking about the common ground that they face in the form of Western sanctions and threats. Yes, Russia and Iran's trade turnover just last year amounted to almost $5 billion US, and it's repeating the record. So, and just minutes ago, the Iranian foreign minister left the reception house of the Russian foreign ministry. Behind me, his visit, of course, considered here very significant, as it's taking place, as you mentioned, just a day before a second round of direct negotiations between Iran and the US in Rome. So we can say that Russia is one of the parties involved in dialogue. Just several days ago, Russia finally ratified the strategic partnership agreement between the two countries. So today, we've heard that Russia welcomes the desire of Iran and the United States to reach agreements on the Iranian nuclear program. Moscow is also ready to facilitate the negotiation process between the two countries, between Iran and the US on Iran's nuclear program. Earlier on Thursday, Mr. Arakci met with President Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin and handed a message from Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to the Russian president, and obviously he received his full support. Yulia, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has said recently that Russia is prepared to do everything to help resolve this standoff between the United States and Iran. Do we know what he means by everything? Well, according to Peskov, Russia, within its capabilities, is ready to do everything possible to help resolve the situation around the Iranian nuclear program. But political and diplomatic means, reportedly, Russia had previously agreed to help the United States in negotiations with Iran, touching upon, among other things, the Iranian nuclear program, as well as Tehran's support for anti-American forces in the Middle East. Sources say that Iran is keen to ease US sanctions in exchange for limiting its nuclear program. And in turn, the US has reportedly offered Iran to transfer its stockpiles of highly enriched uranium to a third country like Russia. So basically, that's what we hope that negotiations were touching upon. Okay, thank you for that. Yulia Shapovalova there for us.
All right, my take on the negotiations that are going to be taking place between the United States and Iran and facilitated by Moscow. Guess what? I don't think that there's going to be an agreement that takes hold, and I think that there's going to be further escalation of potential conflict between the United States and Iran, especially with what's going on with the Houthis, because they're backed by the Iranians. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Max 14 or the Max 35 or Cleanse, which is 30 parts per million. They're all at different price points with different parts per million. Now, you use it the same way. You take a teaspoon a day, all right? Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20, 30 seconds, swallow. It boosts up your immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, put it in your mouth, swish it, gargle, 20 seconds, swallow. And then once you start feeling better, go back to your maintenance dose. But you should be doing this every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, boost up your immune system, take the Max 14, the Max 35, or Cleanse. They're all at different price points, at different parts per million, to help you get these products in your hand, all right? And the reason why I have 3 different types is because people want, to stack certain of the supplements together. right? And it helps with their affordability. So that's, it's really important. Now, I prefer to take the Max 35 because it's the highest parts per million. But I understand that individuals out there, times are tough. I get it. I totally understand, and I'm trying to get these products in your hands at the lowest price point possible. All right. So please help support my work. And, the more people that I can reach out and help, it does, if I sell more products, then I can do more things in terms of discounts and stacking these different boxes, anti-aging boxes, in such a way to get those price points better for you. But please help support my work. The protocol that I do works 100%. It works. You just got to follow my lead. All right. So take the Max 35, Max 14, or cleanse. Do it every day. That's the first pillar of a 4-pillar protocol. The second pillar is taking C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is to take the ashwagandha, the turmeric, and the lignans to bring down inflammation and boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. And taking Boomer Boost to boost up those energy levels and your metabolism. It's a very powerful core protocol. You can add stuff to it, but if you do that on a regular basis, guess what? You're going to get healthy. So please go to my store, use discount 5. You get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more on any order, you do get a free gift until supplies last. Okay, with that said, let's pivot over to Victor Davis. He's talking about Trump's campus crackdowns is long overdue. All right. Now I'm going to do a series of videos here. All right. After this, talking about what's happening with the Trump administration in Harvard and my perspective on it. Okay. So let's start with Victor Davis.
Administration came into power, they said, my gosh, these universities are bastions supposedly of civil discourse, civil rights, but they're abusing these privileges. And we're not going to fund $400 million unless they concede to certain protections of their own students. What am I getting at? The Trump administration wants to call them to account. And they have a lot of levers that the universities apparently don't seem to take seriously. They're dependent on millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money. Why? I don't know, because they have multi-billion-dollar endowments. But nonetheless, you're not obeying.
Victor, in the nonprofit world, when there's donations, there's totally restricted net assets, temporarily restricted net assets, and unrestricted net assets. Majority of the endowment is permanently restricted net assets. That means whatever's produced from the corpus, interest or whatever, you could use that, but you can't use the corpus. That's what it means, Victor. All right. I'm surprised he didn't know that. All right. So, okay. So with that said, another thing that is really important to keep in mind here is that these institutions, the Ivy League and the Ivy League Plus, in the news, you would think that they generate most of the research in science. That's not true. There's over 300 Carnegie classified universities doing research, R1 or R2. There's 2 classifications. It's either an R1 research center or an R2 research center. There's over 300 of them in the United States. The Ivy League's 8 universities. Ivy League Plus, depending on how you slice the cake, add another 25, maybe 20. All right. So you're talking about 28 or 30 universities that the perception in the news is that that's where all the research is coming from, this scientific research. Approximately $90 billion goes to universities for research, approximately $90 billion. All right, so let's just round it off to 100 billion. Approximately $100 billion goes for research annually to these to universities across the United States. All right, most of them are R1 or R2 research universities, but some of that money is non-classified Carnegie classification. All right. And there is over 200 of those. So you're talking about approximately 500 universities that are doing high quality research. 500 out of only 30. Now, the bulk of the money is going to the other universities, not the top 30 or even the top 8. All right, let me give you an example. Approximately $100 billion is given out annually for research. It's really 90 billion, but let's just a rough estimate, 100 billion. Harvard represents, in terms of the amount of money that they normally get approximately annually $1 billion. Now, this 2.2 billion is a multi-year that they were looking at. But for research, they approximately get $1 billion a year. That's 1% of the total. Now, that's just money. So 99% goes to other universities. So if you look at it and assume that the other top 8 get the same amount that Harvard does, which they don't, they get less. But let's just, for a quick analysis here, the top 8 schools, the Ivy League, assuming that they get the same amount of grant money that Harvard does annually, $1 billion in research funds. All right, that's $8 billion in total for the Ivy League out of 100 billion. So that means that it's only 8% of the total annual budget for research and development that goes to universities from the US government. Now, the media wants you to think that the Ivy League and the Ivy League Plus, the 30 universities universe, produces most of the research. So if you cut the funding, you're stopping research. That's total horseshit. You know why? These universities, these individual universities at the top 8 get less than 8% of the budget. Now let's look at Harvard, for example. Out of $100 billion annual budget coming out of the US government for research, Harvard gets $1 billion. That's 1% of the annual budget. And how many papers do they publish annually in scholarly journals, peer-reviewed? Approximately 290,000 papers are published annually in the United States from all these research institutes. Remember, the research institutes are the R1 and the R2 Carnegie classification, which is about 300, or just a little over 300. I think it's like 320 something. And then you have an additional 250 or so that are non-classified under the Carnegie classification. So you have a universe of about a little over 500 universities doing quality scientific research. The top of that 500 is approximately 320. All right. Now, that university number of about 500 is producing 290,000 research papers annually. Harvard only produces 10,000 annually. So even in the universe of published papers, from $1 billion grant annually, Harvard is only 3.4% of the actual papers published. Harvard doesn't even come close to being the most important university in terms of research. Most of the scientific discoveries are not coming from the Ivy League or the Ivy League Plus. It's coming from the other universities, not the top 30. It's the other 470, where most of the bulk of that research that's being published is coming from. So don't believe the bullshit that's in the mainstream media. When they say you cut the grant at Harvard, then that means that cancer research is going to be delayed, or Alzheimer's research is going to be delayed. That's total bullshit. It's total bullshit, because Harvard only produces 3.4% of the actual peer-reviewed papers. What about the other 97%? Oh, that other 97% isn't quality research? Well, that can't be. That line of thinking can't be true, because majority of those peer-reviewed articles are coming from an R1 or R2 research facility. So the story that they're pushing in the news is a bullshit story. Now, if you don't believe me, just look it up yourself. And it's really simple. All you got to do is just Google or use ChatGPT or whatever you want to use. And how many research papers are published annually in the United States? It's about 290,000. How many published papers annually by Harvard? It's about 10,000. What is the budget on average for research by the US government to universities? It's about 90 billion. It's 175 billion, but that's also including other research grants that are outside of the university window. So when someone says that if you cut Harvard's budget 2.2 or 9 billion of multi-year grants, that you're going to cut the legs of science down and we're going to be 20 years behind or 10 years behind. What about the other 97% of the research papers? Most of the universities do not have this problem with Trump. Most R1 or R2 university research centers don't have this problem. Now, the reason why Harvard can't spend their endowment is most of it is permanently restricted, net asset. So they can't use the corpus. So don't believe the bullshit. All right. This is a fact. Most cutting edge research, the bulk of what is published is coming from state schools that are tied to the Carnegie classification. And that's a fact. Now, people would say, well, what about Nobel Prize winners? Well, what happens is that typically they're working at a smaller institute, smaller university, and they doing some research, and then all of a sudden they discover something amazing. So they're working at a lower tier university, typically. They get notoriety within their discipline, and then they're hired into the Ivy League or the Ivy League Plus. It's not that their original research came from the Ivy League Plus or Ivy League. In most cases. Not in all cases, but in most cases. So what the Ivy League Plus or the Ivy League do is they bring on these professors. And so when they do eventually get the Nobel Prize, it's this Harvard professor or this Columbia professor or this Notre Dame professor or whatever, all right? But the original research came from a lower tier university doing quality research. The point is, most of the research in the United States is not coming from the Ivy League. Now, if you don't believe me, you can do another test. You can do this very easily. Take a look at PubMed, or take a look at some other database that has scholarly research at a library. And take any subject that is hard science, or even economics or in business, and you drill down and look at a scholarly journal and look at, you know, the on that particular topic, the top 50 recent articles that are tied to that question, that's tied to that particular discipline. What you will find is the majority of the 50 papers is not from the Ivy League and is not from the Ivy League Plus, which proves the point that the 290,000 peer-reviewed research papers that are published, the bulk of them are not Ivy League or Ivy League Plus. Now, people that have done lit reviews because of PhDs or master's degrees, they know this already because it is self-evident. It's axiomatic when they do the lit review. So don't believe the bullshit.
The first or the fourth or fifth or sixth amendments, you're not guaranteeing the Bill of Rights for your own student. You're allowing anti-Semitism in the year 2025 as if it's the 19th century or something. What are you doing? Hello, this is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. I'd like to talk a little bit today about the universities in general, and specifically the anti-Semitic protests that have been transpiring and continuing, and the Trump reaction to them. The larger landscape was that when the Trump administration came into power, they said, my gosh, these universities are bastions supposedly of civil discourse, civil rights, but they're abusing these privileges. And we're not going to fund a Columbia University, to take one example, with $400 million unless they concede to certain protections of their own students. And some of them extended to recommendations or rules not to wear masks or not to disrupt lectures, et cetera, et cetera. This week, you've seen student protesters still wearing masks, so those are apparently not enforced. The interim president at Columbia resigned because she was saying one thing to the faculty and another thing to the Trump officials. But at Princeton University,
let me just go off on a tangent. This is my show, and I can go off on tangents just a little bit. I find it very strange psychologically what is happening in society in the United States, where you had this situation because of the crisis in 2020, where people didn't want to wear masks. People were forced to wear masks. Some people were, they had germophobia and all these different issues that were going on during the crisis, right? Now we're way beyond that, all right? And you have a society, especially I see it in New York, but you have a society that is actually using the masks to do nefarious things, to hide their identity, to go into a store. This is very prevalent in New York, to go into the store or wear a mask on the MTA train and do crime. And so they're hiding their identity, but they're hiding behind this post-COVID era kind of thing, right? Because there are people that really have a problem with germophobia now. That's a true. I mean, I see it. You know, it's a real problem. All right, but then you have another group that's like more gang related and causing disruption in the society and stealing and all this stuff, and they want to hide their identity. A lot of them are from a minority culture. And so it's now turning into not something for protecting oneself, you know, for their health. If you believe that was protecting you, and, you know, there's a debate about that. But they're now using it as a means to hide their identity. All right. It's very prevalent. And so when he stated that, you know, the masks and stuff, these people shouldn't be wearing masks. There should be no reason to wear masks unless you have some sort of major immune compromised issue that most people don't have. All right. But the thing is that some people do, but there is a section of society, especially in high density areas that are liberal, where there's germophobia now. And then there is this other section of society in high density areas that there's a crime element, and they're using the masks to hide. And a lot of them, unfortunately, are minorities. All right. Now it sounds kind of racist and all that, but those are the facts. All right. we need to push back. Conservatives need to push back and say, quit the bullshit. All right, you're hiding. All right. And so I do see that there is this relationship of what's going on with the anti-Semitism, what's going on with the erosion of God, country, and family, what's going on with property rights, the theft increase, the thievery that's going on in high density areas. These are all related. And if you go down to the root cause of it, it is losing our moral fiber. Now, where do you get your moral fiber? Through your family, from your parents. Now, if your parents don't have a moral fiber, how's the kids going to have a moral fiber? Look at what just happened with that on the track on that track field, right in the stands, where you had this white student that gets stabbed by a black student from a different school, and now the parents are living large. Now there's a debate: did they live in the house before or after the stabbing? You know, the buying of the Escalade. You know, why do they need, you know, a luxury vehicle and all this stuff? But this kid that actually, this black student killed a white student, and guess what? Financially, the family benefits from his crimes. There's something wrong morally with what's going on there. There's something deeply morally wrong with society. And so this does dovetail into the hiding, using the masks to do nefarious activities. All right. So we have been sociologically affected by the things that happened in the crisis, not just physiologically, but sociologically.
Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Bennett, was speaking, and the throng of Princeton students, maybe 90% of them apparently were students outside the hall, tried to shout him down, and some disrupted the lecture inside the hall. And Jewish students reported they were subject to anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish slurs and taunts. And the university knew that the speech was scheduled and apparently did not make any extra efforts to ensure the integrity of the lecture, which all brings up.
See, there's nothing wrong with peaceful discussion in an orderly way in academia. But when it becomes disorderly and it becomes a mob mentality, these university professors and presidents need to push back on the student body. Now, if you think that this is just an anti-Semitic thing, you need to wake up. This is an issue between races that's building up in the United States. And some of the underlying themes are reparations, taking from people that have already accumulated wealth, the reduction of property rights. This is not an anti-Semitic thing. There is a movement that is happening in the United States where they want to erode the Constitution and take away from people that have accumulated wealth. There's an ongoing effort in liberal states to do this. It's under the umbrella of reparations. But that's hard reparations. There's a soft reparations. And that's when these minority groups, typically Black, are stealing from stores or causing crime, and they feel as though there's no accountability. And the sad thing is there's so many minority lawyers and judges that they have a leniency towards these individuals. And so they get off with very reduced bonds, sometimes no bond at all. Now, in the case with the stabbing of the high school student, talking about the moral fiber coming from the parents, don't you think that there's something fundamentally wrong with taking money from a GoFundMe account and living large? when their child literally killed someone? Don't you think there's something morally wrong with that? And then their lawyer or their representative, family representative, demonizes the child that died, his father, because he attended the press conference? There's something morally wrong with that family. But it's not just that family. It is pernicious across the board. This thing is, there's a ubiquitous that I'm starting to see in the last 20 years, where you have this minority group falling under the umbrella of the BLM movement that is trying to erode our constitutional rights. And unfortunately, what happens, race relations have improved since 1960s to a great degree. And many very prominent and smart and successful Blacks have moved up the ladder. You see them, in business. You see them in certain parts of industry. All right, but there isn't a huge element that doesn't want to work hard to be able to have a better life for their children. They want to take. There's a big section of society that's all about taking, not working for it, not doing something where it's through merit. They don't believe in through merit. They believe in taking, and it's fueled by the rap and this ghetto culture and the baggy jeans and looking like a slob and this whole drug culture and all this stuff. The Eminem, and the P. Diddy's and the Dr. Dre's and all that. They are a direct cause of this fucking problem that we have in the United States right now. And no one's calling them off on it. So the problem that we have on the universities is that you have a spineless administration that's not willing to push back. And even worse, you have a faculty that is highly aligned to the BLM movement.
My point, and that is, I don't think the American universities understand where they are right now. If you look at polls of the American people who used to have poll surveys 60-70% in favor of the idea of higher education, the juggernaut of the American economy, that's gone. It's been gone the last half century. These are hotbeds, especially the elite campuses, of indoctrination.
Yep.
And they're polling about 35% of the approval rate of the American people, with 90 to 95% of their law or their humanities faculty openly Democratic left. I mean, there is no diversity.
Now, remember what I was saying about research, hard research, and what Harvard's doing, and they're only doing 3.4% of the peer-reviewed journals out of the 290,000. Right? They're doing about 10,000 peered articles, publications per year, roughly. All right. But when you're talking about power in government, they're highly represented. And there's the problem. There's the problem. And so what Trump's trying to do is, I'm going to take and I'm going to hit where it hurts with Harvard, and that is the funding. Now you're seeing in the news, and we'll cover it a little bit, Harvard has to cut programs now. The Ph.D. programs are being cut in half. HMS, Harvard Medical School, guess what? They're laying people off now. So certain departments are truncating because of what Trump is doing. But the real power that Harvard has isn't what they're doing for cancer research. Fucking wake up. What they're doing is the indoctrination of another generation that's going to get into politics and get into the different branches of government, especially in the judicial branch. And what will happen is that it's easier to push this BLM agenda and this reparations. And they've been doing it. They've been orchestrating this as a multi-year pronged approach. Look at Wu, who's the mayor of Boston, double grad at Harvard. And I'll tell you, if you can't see that she's an ultra liberal, you need to, I don't know, go to the eye doctor.
Is predicated on race, separate spaces, but separate dormitories. What am I getting at? The Trump administration wants to call them to account.
Yep.
And they have a lot of levers at the universities, apparently, like Princeton or Columbia, don't seem to take seriously. They're dependent on millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money. Why, I don't know, because they have multi-billion-dollar endowments. But nonetheless,
like I said, it's about permanently restricted net assets for the corpus. Come on, Victor.
Their budgets on federal monies, but the Trump administration says you're not obeying the First or Fourth or Fifth or Sixth Amendments. You're not guaranteeing the Bill of Rights to your own student. You're allowing anti-Semitism in the year 2025 as if it's the 19th century or something. What are you doing? And the universities seem to ignore it. Well, we'll stop people wearing masks. They don't. We'll stop anti-Semitism. They don't. Why? They seem, first of all, to be indebted to foreign students. We have about 300,000 Chinese students and maybe 250,000 from the Middle East that pay full tuition. And they're a powerful bloc on campus. In addition, we have billions of dollars from Mideast sheikdoms like GETTR, but also China that endow professorships. And you give $1 billion. You
Is it GETTR or is it GETTR?
100 or more, 150 fully endowed professors for a Middle East student department that can be very influential, training this country's next generation of diplomats and civil servants and politicians. But the university should be very careful. They have a lot of exposure. Already the National Institute of Health says, we know what you're doing. You're on individual grants.
Who's running the universities? Who's really running the universities? Now you got to remember, who's the president of Harvard? He's Jewish, all right? He's a Harvard man. And guess what? He's being whipshawed by the ultra-liberal faculty. Now, ultra-liberals have a common theme about their strategies. They don't care about the Constitution. All they care about is the end goal, and that is to take. But they don't realize that when they break the system, that whatever they did take, the value of it is no longer there. Miss Taiwan is 100% right on this. The United States is having a cultural revolution within its universities, and this is very reminiscent of what happened with Mao in China. Now, either the United States pulls up their, the big boy pants and pushes back, or we're going to lose our fucking country.
%, that's not going to happen. 15% tops, that's going to cut hundreds of millions of dollars out of their budget. Now the Congress is saying, we know what you're doing. You're not nonpartisan, you're not non-ideological.
Right.
You're going to pay a tax, an income tax on your huge endowment income. That could be 100, 150 million in some cases. Now the administration says, you're not defenders of civil rights, you're offenders. And we're going to cut back grants to you because you don't follow the Bill of Rights. You do not guarantee freedom of speech.
Why do you let's get back. Why do we even assume that universities should be defenders of civil rights? Shouldn't they be just a really simple mission? Educate the population, educate their student body based on the degree that student is looking for. If they want to be a chemist, great, get a chemistry degree. All right. If they want to, go into poli-sci, fine, get a poli-sci degree. But the faculty should be even mixed, where you get conservative views and liberal views, and the student makes that decision. But they're there under the rubric to get an education, not to be indoctrinated. And what's happening is that these blue-haired liberals, faculty are fueling the flames of these protests on top of other organizations like Soros funding it. They don't need to be defenders of civil liberties. They can create students that end up getting into politics or getting into law that are defenders of civil liberties. But why does it have to be a circus in Harvard Yard day after day? Why? Why?
Civil rights statutes and make race and gender and sexual orientation incidental rather than essential to these students' personas. And you give them preferences based on their superficial appearance. In other words, what I'm getting at is they are violating the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. Yep. They think they're too big to fail. Yep. They think they're immune. Yep. They think there'll be a liberal administration back. Yep. But they should be very careful.
That's exactly
they're in violation of the
I think Garber is they didn't push hard enough against the student body and the faculty during 2024 when Garber elevated to the presidency and Claudine Gay was kicked out. All right, they assumed that Trump wasn't coming back in. They thought that that he wasn't going to be resurrected from the dead. All right. So they did a strategic error. And they assumed that they would have a liberal leaning administration in the White House where their funding would be okay. And that, so Garber totally misread this, all right, in terms of where the population is going with the election for the presidency. And then he's also whipshawed by the actual faculty and the overseers. They're heavily liberal. And what's shocking is that the power of the presidency at Harvard with Garber, the president doesn't have that much power over the faculty. It's actually the deans of the different schools. And they did that on purpose. Why? Because pre-Vietnam, Harvard was more centralized. But when the students found out that the war plans, came out of Harvard for Vietnam, they had a shit fit. So what did they do? They still needed the money from the government. You got to remember, Harvard's tied to defense and also the CIA. What did they do? They decentralized. So they protected the corporation, they protected the overseers, and then they created these fiefdoms of decentralization within Harvard. So the president could claim that he didn't know. And they would go after the deans. They would pay, you did something wrong. Well, thank you very much for your service at Harvard. Here's a lot of money. That's what they did with Claudine Gay. So they decentralized the university when the student body found out that Harvard was heavily involved in Vietnam. And so now you have a president, Garber, that doesn't have control over the fucking crazy faculty.
Statutes, and the administration has a number of levers to pull, and whether it's taxing the endowment, getting out of the student loan business and letting the universities use their own endowment to guarantee their loans, cutting back the surcharges on individual grants, and suing them in federal courts to open up their admissions policies in a transparent and meritocratic fashion. So my advice to Columbia University, and especially to the president of Princeton, either protect the civil rights of Jewish students and students in general, or expect a backlash from the federal government, the magnitude of which you really have not recognized and you should fear. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal.
If Trump keeps on pushing, what's going to happen is there are many judges that are going to go against the executive orders of the presidency, but it'll get to the point where further, because you got to remember, current grants are being questioned and held and frozen and all this. Future grants, nothing's stopping for future grants. So you're looking at, all right, you freeze, maybe you have to unfreeze it. The courts force them to give it to the university. But what about new stuff that's issued? Remember what I said, Harvard needs $1 billion in research annually. What about for 2026, 2027, 2028? Heaven forbid that J.D. Vance gets into the presidency. So they got an additional 4 years of not getting funding on top of that. This could destroy Harvard. But the liberals in Harvard don't care. They don't care. Just like they don't care about destroying the Constitution of the United States. And this is why conservatives need to push back. And Miss Taiwan is not wrong on this. She is right. We are seeing a cultural revolution that's very reminiscent of Mao being orchestrated within these elite institutions to destroy this special thing that we have called a constitutional republic. Now, I come from a long line of people that have protected that Constitution. And I'll tell you, if we don't fight, we're going to lose it. All right. All right, let's now dive in a little bit more on this issue. And so let me get the video that I want to pop up here with intro. All right, I found a video that I want to go to, but before I do that, I want to do a product plug. Thank you for the ones that are watching the live stream on YouTube and listening through X Spaces. If you do have a question, type it in the chat or ask for the mic. And this is a live show; it's interactive. I'm not the only one that should be talking. But if you do want to talk, just ask for the mic. But before I do that, please go to my store, help support the work I do. All these videos that I do are for free. And there's lots of things that you can learn from, all right? So please purchase the products that I offer. Now we're going into the allergy season, all right? So it's really important to mitigate any issues that you may have with irritation in the throat, all right? I have lozenges and drops. So with the drops, you can get it in honey lemon, in cherry flavor, and in blueberry. You get 100 drops in each bag. Very high quality. It's made from the structural nano silver. And also, I have in stock the elderberry zinc lozenges, which are larger than the drops. You get 21 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Have some at work. Have some at home. You never know when you need it. The moment you have that irritation, take it, and they'll mitigate the problem. All right? So please go to my store. Use discount 5. You get $5 off. If you purchase $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please help support my work. All right. Now, with that said, let me go to all right. This is from the Daily Show. All right. So I think the Daily Show is a comedy. All right. But the Harvard rejects Trump's order. All right, so I want to get a little bit of a different perspective from the Daily Show. I'm not sure if this is a comedy or not. I don't watch the Daily Show though.
does not like them apples. So let's get into it.
No, sorry, there's a comment.
Yesterday was a big day in American history. A group of women finally met society's expectations to weigh 0 pounds. And also, Donald Trump figured out that when the Supreme Court tells him to do something,
all right, I don't have any patience for these comics. All right, let's do democracy now. They're talking
This is
about
Democracy Now, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show on the campus of Harvard University as the Ivy League institution pushes back against President Trump's attacks on higher education. This week, the Trump administration said it's freezing $2.2 billion in federal grants and $60 million in contracts to Harvard after it defied an order to eliminate all DEI initiatives, further crackdown on Palestinian rights protests, including reporting international students to federal authorities, among a number of other issues. Harvard President Alan Garber wrote in a letter to the school community Monday, quote, "The university will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights. No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue," unquote. On Tuesday, President Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, "Perhaps Harvard should lose its tax-exempt status and be taxed as a political entity if it keeps pushing political, ideological,
now,
and
remember when I was talking to Miss Taiwan about this, back when Claudine Gay was just about ready to be thrown out of Harvard, when she had the meltdown in Congress with Stefanik. All right, Stefanik, I guess is. She was right. Harvard, if they keep on pushing against the government, all right, they're going to lose their tax exempt status. And the Harvard corporate, it's not really about the Harvard University. It's about the Harvard Corporation that's scared of that. All right, very scared of that. They're more scared of that than the loss of the $1 billion a year in research.
Inspired supporting sickness. Remember, tax-exempt status is totally contingent on acting in the public interest, exclamation point, the President of the United States tweeted. At a press briefing on Tuesday,
Now,
White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt was asked about Trump's threat to...
This is interesting because this is a video of the actual crowd during the commencements last year, where there was the protest, the big protest. I was there as an alumnus, because we get free tickets, but okay, so well, now I lost train of my thought here. What was I gonna say? I lost the train of thought. Damn it. What was I gonna say? Damn it. Public interest, sickness. What was it? There's something that he said that clicked something.
Interest, exclamation point, the President of the United States tweeted. At a press briefing on Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt was asked about Trump's threat to remove Harvard's tax-exempt status. This was her response.
You can actually see me in this picture. I'm in the distance, but I'm actually way in the back in this picture, way at the back on the stairs at the library, looking at during the commencements. I'm actually standing right by the pillar there. All right. Well, okay. What was I was going to say something about the public interest. And I lost the thought. Damn it! I hate it when I lose a thought.
Been quite clear they must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students. As for the tax-exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates.
Also this week, Harvard joined a group of universities that sued the Department of Energy over cuts to federal research funding. For more, we go to Harvard Law School in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where we're joined by Professor Andrew Manuel Crespo, the Morris Wasserstein Public Interest Professor of Law, where
this guy He's a fucking jackass. My last show yesterday, he was on, I think it was MSNBC. It might have been MSNBC. It might have been CNN. Probably was CNN. And he is, he's definitely, you get these liberals, you can see that you get these liberals that go into law and they're promoting this agenda that I'm talking about. All right. You got to remember, the law school, not that long ago, just a few years ago, took down their school crest, the school shield, because each of the schools have a shield. I think there's 11 or 12 schools within Harvard University, and each school has each school has a crest, all right, a coat of arms, a coat of arms, and the law school took down the original one, and then for about a year or two, it didn't have any, and then they came up with a new design. And the reason why, the original donator for the law school, heaven forbid, he had a plantation. And so you had all these black students, they were having a free-for-all. It's like, how dare you have the family crest for the school that donated it originally, and they were part of the, of the plantations in the United States. See, they want to whitewash history. Instead, what they should have done is they should have kept that crest for the school and said that, you know what? That's part of the American history. And yes, these things were bad, but just like maturing, when you get older, all right, the country is maturing, and you don't whitewash the history. You remember the history so you don't repeat it. But the problem with these liberals is that they destroy everything. They destroy the culture. And this is where Miss Taiwan is saying it's very reminiscent of what Mao did with the Cultural Revolution. What was part of the Cultural Revolution? Destroy the history of China. Just like how the student body is trying to destroy the history of the actual university. Now, if you don't remember your history, you're probably going to repeat it. All right? But you got these crazy liberals. Take down this, change this name to this school, and do this and this, because the money came from, slavery, or from the plantations, or, from, they were against civil rights or whatever. They're whitewashing the history. And that's the law school. That's supposedly minting really intelligent individuals that are going to carry the flame of the Constitution into future generations. Meanwhile, they're cannibalizing their own school. Let's listen to the professor from Harvard Law.
Joins us now from. He's the general counsel of the Harvard faculty chapter of the American Association of University Professors, which last Friday filed a federal lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of the administration's funding cuts, and that sought a court order to block them. Last year, Professor Crespo was one of dozens of Harvard University professors who staged a study-in protest at the school's library in solidarity with students.
Oh, let's see if democracy now, even though we have a constitutional republic forever, but democracy now, that wants a true democracy wants to take away your property rights because it's mob rule. That's the purest form of democracy. All right. But it's democracy now. Let's see what they have to say about the Arafat garb that was worn by the faculty, by the students, when they were doing that sit-in bullshit at the library. Now, for the ones that are younger, maybe you don't remember Arafat, but he wasn't a nice guy. And Sharon regretted. He had when they were doing the war in the Yom Kippur War, he regretted not killing Arafat on the battlefield. He let him live. And now we have the PLO that metastasized into Hamas and Hezbollah and all the bullshit that we have now today. But if Sharon wasn't afraid and he killed Arafat on the battlefield, guess what? We wouldn't have had this problem. It's kind of like that psychological test. If you know that that Hitler baby is born, would you kill Hitler baby or not?
A pro-Palestinian demonstration. He was then banned from the Harvard Law Library temporarily. We welcome you, Professor, to Democracy Now! Can you talk about the stance that Harvard has taken, which has surprised many?
Yes, and thank you for having me. It's really wonderful to be with you. I think it was really encouraging and important to see the Harvard administration leadership here send the letter that it did to the Trump administration. You know, our chapter had gone to court, as you mentioned, a few days prior to file a lawsuit to block these cuts from happening because these cuts are unquestionably unconstitutional. Our Constitution has a First Amendment that protects freedom of speech. And as the US Supreme Court has made abundantly clear, academic freedom on university campuses is a central component of that right to free speech. What the Trump administration is trying to do is use massive coercive pressure and threats to make universities across the country switch to talking about what the Trump administration wants them to say. He wants to control what's said in our classrooms, what's said on our campuses, what we research about, what we write about, the questions we ask and the answers we give, so that they fit the ideological agenda of the Trump administration.
What happens when you get funding from a foreign entity, China, Qatar, or GETTR? Iran. What if you get money, and a lot of it, that's not in the best interests of the United States? What then? So under this freedom of speech and protected rights within these private universities, within the gates of this private university, you got this protective bubble. And you're feeding in this anti-constitutional agenda. So they're not really supporting the Constitution. They're really burning it. Now, I'm a firm believer of kind of like the juxtaposition of something or synchronicity. All right, it shimmers, with what's going on in the future. Let me give you a case in point. When Trump did the State of the Union address in his first term, remember when Nancy Pelosi tore up after the speech, his actual written speech? The Speaker of the House gets a copy, and so does the Vice President. So Pence was next to her, and Nancy Pelosi stood up. I believe she was in that white suffrage outfit that they always wear, all right, which is ridiculous. And she tore it. You sensed that you had a liberal group within our government that is trying to shred sacred documents through the politics and through transforming them, the student bodies in these universities. It's a long haul. It's a long arc. But it goes back to what Miss Taiwan said. There is a Mao-esque cultural revolution going on in the United States, and it's coming from elite institutions, and it's protected by these types of people at the Harvard Law. Americans need to start pushing back. I'm telling you.
That's dangerous and it's unconstitutional. We went to court to stop it from happening, and I was really glad to see our
Now
leadership.
you can tell about someone's ethos by their pedigree, all right? Where they came from, all right? If you come from a long line of people that try to protect the country, they have it in their ethos that they try to do the right thing. It's very self-evident, all right? But you also have the opposite. Or, you know, if you have a pedigree that is about stealing and about taking from people, then the prodigy of that lineage will continue on, typically, doing the same thing or worse. Now, what's the ethos of Harvard? They were formed before the actual country, what we call the United States. They were formed before the revolution. They're almost 400 years old. The United States is only 250. They have always, if you look at the history of Harvard, they have always been on the wrong side of history first, until they were forced to be on the right side. They were against the revolution because they were aligned with the king. George Washington's troops had to take over Harvard. Fact. They weren't for civil rights until they were forced into protecting civil rights. They weren't for unions, they were against unions. They have always, at the very beginning, been on the wrong side of history throughout the whole history of the university. Always. And they are wrong here. They are wrong here.
Here at Harvard a few days later follow suit and say that they are not going to accede to these demands.
And Professor Cottrell, I want to congratulate the AAUP chapter there for taking this stance, but I'm wondering why didn't it since it appeared to be so clearly.
Now, remember what I said about Trump? And I said that his soul root, it's like, he's chaotic, but there's a little bit of George Washington. You can almost see it with that overcoat that he has and the way he walks and the way that hair and that side silhouette. It's kind of George Washington-esque. He's a little bit of JFK. He's a little bit of Reagan. Right? He's not a perfect cutout, but there's definitely an element of leadership in George Washington. George Washington was swore a lot. Yeah, most people don't know this. He swore a lot and was an extremely angry individual if someone went up against him. It sounds a lot like Trump. All right. And the thing is that some people there's a fortitude, right? And now we're reliving the whole cycle between Pluto and the United States and this 250-year arc or cycle. Let's call it cycle, not arc, but 250-year cycle. And what was 250 years ago? We're talking about the revolution. We're talking about the founding fathers. We're talking about the Constitution. We're talking about the Bill of Rights. We're talking about George Washington. And what was happening during that time period? Harvard was against George Washington till they were forced to be aligned with him. Perhaps we're seeing something happening again in this 250-year arc with Trump, forcing the issue on a university that wasn't really aligned with the country. And I think this is what's happening. Through a fib sequence, we are reliving 250 years. But these people are so smart that they just can't see it.
To do this, why the university itself hasn't gone to court?
Well, we'll have to see what happens there. The university is taking its own sort of deliberations into account. It has big questions ahead of it. These are hard questions. No university should be in this position. No institution in this country should be in this position. It is dangerous and scary to see the president of the United States.
Oh, but who got them in this position? Was it Trump, or was it a crazy student body fueled by crazy faculty? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's get to the root cause.
Firms trying to bankrupt them when they dare to go to court and file suits that try to hold our governments to account under the laws of this country. It's dangerous and scary and authoritarian to see the president of the United States trying to bankrupt our leading research universities because he wants to control what they're teaching, control what they're saying in the classroom. And this is a critical point to realize.
What data is he saying that they're leading institutions? The perception is that they're leading. Like I said, the perception is that they're leading institutes for research. But that's not true if you look at the data. Harvard only gets 1.1% of the budget annually. Harvard only writes 3.4% of the peer-reviewed articles. And we're talking about research level at R1 and R2 for Carnegie classification. Where is this proof that these elite universities are the bulk of discovery, that if you cut their funding, we're no longer going to have science? It's such bullshit. Harvard produces 10,000 peer-reviewed articles out of 290,000 in the United States annually. Now you're telling me the bulk of the money going to other universities, when you add them all up in an amalgamation, right? And the bulk of the peer-reviewed articles being published, and you're saying that 97%, or let's even say 75%. Let's just say Ivy League and Ivy League Plus get 25. That's being very, very generous in terms of the amount of being published. But just to prove the point, all right, and still be generous to them, all right? Let's just say they do 25% of the peer-reviewed publications, which they don't, but let's just say it is. So the top 30 universities. You still have 470 universities that are getting money and doing research. And so you have 75% of the peer-reviewed articles that are pushing science forward. So where is this? The power is in numbers, not in individuals. But this is Harvard. And this is a law professor. This is like case in point why you can't trust lawyers and how they fuck up almost everything.
The man's letter that the Trump administration sent to my university Friday night that became public on Monday, one of his demands was to have the school appoint or allow him to appoint a federal overseer who would audit every course on this campus, every department, to try to figure out if it met the ideological balance that's preferred by the Trump administration. And that federal official would then require us to hire new teachers to teach the way that Trump wants us to teach, to change our courses. This is...
Wait. This sounds like an argument with the whole globalization issue. It's this kind of similar thing here. Decades of hiring ultra-liberals, and now they have a problem with the student body and the faculty, and they need to have more balance. Don't you want a university that has like an even balance? Not all conservative, not all liberal. Just try to have an even balance. Now, the intelligentsia wants you to think that if you have a degree, you must be a liberal, which is total bullshit. Now, with globalization, with Trump trying to unwind it and make it local, with decades of shipping your jobs overseas, they go, no, you can't do that because it's going to disrupt the world order. So you got to have status quo. You got to have status quo at the universities. You have to have status quo with globalization. And what happens if we listen to this fucking professor We're going to lose our Constitution and we're going to lose our jobs at the same time.
Outright efforts to take over federally what is taught on American campuses. It's a move that we see in countries across the globe when dictators are trying to come into power. We've seen it in Hungary. We've seen it in Russia. It is the exact move that the Trump administration is trying here right now.
Wait, would you say that President Xi did a power play to control the CCP in China? The answer is yes. All right. If you don't know, don't you think a lot of money's flowing from China into Harvard? The answer is yes. So wait, so isn't Harvard being influenced by a dictatorial regime? Chrome Dome here, I think, doesn't know the facts.
To, well, now Vice President J.D. Vance, but this was him speaking in 2021 at the National Conservatism Conference in Orlando, Florida.
I think if any of us want to do the things that we want to do for our country and for the people who live in it, we have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country.
We have to attack the university.
And that's exactly what George Washington did. See my point? We are reliving an element of 250 years ago. Now, what side are you on? What side are you on?
Of this country. Professor Crespo, you have talked about Trump's demands and now Trump-Vance demands, saying that they're right out of the authoritarians' playbook. And you just talked about other countries in the world. Explain exactly.
Trump is right out of the authoritarian playbook, but it's democracy now. Democracy now with a fist in the air, pushing BLM.
And the many demands that the Trump administration has made of Harvard. Of course, it did it of Columbia, and you might have something interesting to say about Columbia caving to those demands, making demands of Northwestern, where Lon is in Chicago, saying that they'll cut $750 million. Brown University, they'll cut $500 million. Explain exactly what they're demanding Harvard do.
Well, I think it's so critical that you played that clip from the now vice president from years ago, because I think
they're just asking, have an equal weight. Stop pushing this liberal agenda. And oh, by the way, just teach the students the rubric and don't have them, running around like a circus in the yard, being in a protective bubble, and then being financed by outside organizations like Soros and being fueled with their ideology by these ultra-liberal faculty. They've taken over the university. Garber doesn't even have control of the university. Now, how do I know that? Because I actually was on a Zoom call with Garber.
Really makes clear what this is all about. The Trump administration is asserting and claiming in these most recent threats that it is trying to purge these universities of anti-Semitism. Now, look, I am second to no one in making clear that anti-Semitism is something that is vile. I think of it as a form of racism and intolerance, but that is not what these investigations are about.
Oh, but don't you remember what they were talking about with the sit-in at the library where they were wearing all that Arafat garb? And you're telling me that the Arafat garb isn't pushing pressure points with the whole issue with Israel and Palestine? If you're wearing Arafat garb, isn't the interpretation when you're doing that sit-in in the library that he was leading? Isn't that interpretation like, oh, from the river to the sea? And they're basically, Esau wants to take what Israel has. I mean, Esau has always wanted that. He wanted to take something away from Jacob. Now, Esau didn't go down into Egypt, wasn't enslaved for 210 years, and didn't get the law from Mount Sinai. So the whole covenant isn't through Esau. That's very simple. But he'll lead a group of people, faculty and student body, to wear airfat garb in a sit-in at the library during finals. But democracy now. Democracy for who? The PLO?
J.D. Vance was talking about the universities as enemies years and years ago. This is an effort to try to take over the ideological agenda of the country by taking over universities. It's an effort. When I say a playbook, a page out of the authoritarian playbook, I'm talking about what we learn from lessons of history and across the globe.
You're telling me that Harvard isn't placating to their big donors that are ultra liberal and have an agenda? I mean, come on. So it's okay for the Middle East and China to come in and fund operations at Harvard, but it's not okay for the government to put provisions in place for grants using taxpayer dollars. And to add insult to injury, they're producing a student body that hates America. So let me get this straight. You're paying tax dollars to be given to Harvard to train the future generation students into hating America. But that's democracy now.
Control and hold on to power contra the norms of a constitutional democracy. They attack the critical institutions of a free and open society. They attack the press, they attack the courts, they attack the legal profession, and they attack universities. And that is exactly what we have seen this administration doing relentlessly over the first months of its second term. Why is it putting all that energy into this at the beginning of its term? Because it knows that those are the institutions where open and free inquiry, where dissent, where protest, where critical thinking, where questioning are not only prized, but treated as—
Really? What if a bunch of white dudes decided to do a sit-in at the library that was against the BLM movement? Do you think the university would allow that? Fuck no. So I'm telling you, they are biased, 100% biased. And this gets to the point. If people don't push back on Harvard, if people don't push back on these liberals, what they're doing with the anti-Semitism is just the canary in the coal mine with eroding your constitution. If you just not Jewish, you don't care, or even if you are Jewish and you just don't care on what's going on with the anti-Semitism. Because there's many Jews that they're actually part of the problem with this anti-Semitism. That they're actually aligned themselves with the Palestinians. It's a huge problem. But the thing is, that's the canary in the coal mine. So you got these individuals in the United States that want to be pacifists, right? And not engage in the world and solve the problems in the Middle East through kinetic means, all right? And what happens, they don't realize that this metastasizing cancer that's happening at these universities is going to end up taking away your civil liberties, even if you aren't Jewish. The canary in the coal mine is the anti-Semitism. But trust me, they're coming after whites and they're coming after property owners if this continues to metastasize.
Of the institution. This is a university, like so many others across the country, where diversity of viewpoints is celebrated, and not only celebrated, but central to our mission. I teach at a law school. Every year I stand up in front of hundreds of students and try to get them to lean into all the different ways in which they disagree with each other.
They should, but that's in the rubric of the course. The problem is when it metastasizes out of the rubric and it's disrupting normal operations of the campus. These protests that they want to do, why does it have to be on campus? Why can't it be off campus, in the streets, where their civil liberties are protected, freedom of speech is protected, because they want to be in a bubble protected. That's the reason why they're doing it. I think that there needs to be vigorous debate in universities within the rubric of a course. But the moment it comes out of that, these students need to be held accountable. And that's how you have a peaceful situation on campus, but you also have honest and vigorous debate. And it's under a controlled setting. So there isn't property damage. People are not harmed. This is a great way to do it. And not only that, there should be regulation within the rubric where you can't dox these individuals if they're saying something that you don't agree with. You know, there's discussion that students can't even bring in phones into the universities and into the classroom. There's talk about that because of recording and doxing and you know, trying to demonize individuals that you don't agree with. See, this is going back to where's the moral fiber? Where's the moral fiber? Are we getting our moral fiber on X? Are we getting our moral fiber on YouTube? Because that looks like your nanny now is YouTube. It's not your mother. It's not your grandmother. It's YouTube. And all the bullshit that's published. Let's continue on Democracy Now!
Exciting ways. That's how new knowledge is formed. When you try to suppress that type of differences of opinion and impose your own ideological agenda on a university from the government, you're trying to suppress speech on a campus. And I think the reason to do that is because people know that open, free inquiry and free speech are some of the critical aspects of maintaining a democracy in the face of threats to it. So that's why I say it's a page out of that playbook. The demands that have been made of our university make that clear. This demand list goes so far beyond even anything remotely touching anti-Semitism. They're asking us to shutter all programs and offices related to DEI. And look, we know from experience in Florida and when Ron DeSantis did the dry run of this with the universities there, that the administration uses DEI as a code word for saying they want us to stop teaching anything about race or the American history with respect to questions about our racial
You remember
history.
what I said about the Harvard Law School and how they were whitewashing their history by taking down the coat of arms of the original donor for the law school? You remember that, right? That was in this broadcast not too long ago. But he's saying that Trump is telling them that they are white, you know, to whitewash history. They whitewash history for the law school.
Stop teaching questions about social inequality. They want us to stop researching about the impact and the different and disparate impacts of different policies on different groups of people. They want us to stop pursuing the truth when it touches on.
There is nothing wrong with doing scholarly research and having introductory courses talking about economic inequality and how there is a correlation between different subgroups. There's nothing wrong with that. But you also need courses to show that, you know, there is a thuggery that's going on in our society that is heavily prevalent with the Black population in high density areas, AKA New York City. You don't believe that? Just listen to, I play it almost every day with Cash Jordan. Every day he's out there showing the thuggery. The point here is that these universities have a perception of elitism, so they create coursework to open up the door for reparations. And that will bankrupt the economy. They'll bankrupt the country. That will destroy our Constitution and potentially even have a new race war. But they don't care because they want democracy now. They don't want constitutional republic now. I'm really not liking this guy.
want us to acknowledge or talk about or study or try to redress, because they have a political agenda and they know that universities don't, that universities are trying to pursue knowledge where we find it.
Wait. They're trying to pursue knowledge wherever they find it. What about that economist from Harvard that was demonized by Claudine Gay because he proved that her research was wrong, and that the way they're teaching the Black community needs to be changed, and that there are some serious problems within the Black community because of the way they're being raised. But Claudine Gay demonized his research and pulled funding from him because he went against her DEI agenda. So within the university, intra money was cut. I think his name was Roland. I think his last name's first name's Roland. I'd have to look up his last name. But he's one of the famous economists over at Harvard that was fighting against DEI. All right, Black. All right, but the thing is that Claudine Gay didn't like him and tried to destroy his research by cutting his funding. But it's okay for Claudine Gay to do it intra funding within the university. But if Trump is like saying, well, wait a minute, we don't like this DEI agenda and we want to cut the funding, the university starts saying, hey, wait a minute, you can't do that. That's we need to go where the research says. Well, what about what Rollin was doing? He was going where the research was saying, with the economic disparity and how to improve school systems, and that you got to cut this whole BS and take ownership and provide, you know, a positive environment for these kids instead of these ghettos. But this was going against Claudine Gay's research. So which is it, Harvard? It seems like you're biased to just promoting DEI. Those are the facts.
I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are of how other universities should be acting. Clearly, Harvard is in perhaps the best position with more than $50 billion endowment to be able to withstand these kinds of cuts and attacks. But higher education institutions around the country, especially even public universities, have already started to cave in to a lot of pressure from the Trump administration. What is your advice to these other institutions?
It's such a critical point. I mean, you are right. Harvard is the best positioned to take this stand. It's the most well-known and wealthiest university in the world. And that's why so many of us here, including our AAUP chapter, felt that we had a moral obligation to take this stand at the front of the line. But the hope is that we are not going to be doing this alone. There is no institution that by itself can stand up to the onslaught that is coming from the federal government right now. It's a dangerous onslaught, and the only way to resist it is, in fact, to stand together. That's why I think it's so important, and we're starting to see statements from other university presidents across the country, from other leaders throughout the sector, from former President Barack Obama, standing up in favor of higher education, explaining not just to the other members of this sector, to our other faculty colleagues at other schools, university leaders at other schools, but to the American people, just how critical higher education is, not just for the people on these campuses, but for the country. I mean, this is something we want to make sure everyone understands. These billions and billions of dollars that are being threatened come directly from science and medical research that is trying to solve and cure diseases, that is trying to invent the new technologies that will help us with climate change and other issues facing our country and our world.
The most bang for your buck, with the highest level of efficacy is early screening for cancer. Not chemo, early screening. Most people that are on chemo, they only extend their life by 12 to 24 months. Now, there are some cases where you do, you get the surgery out and, there is a course of treatment with radiation and chemo to make sure there are no pockets of cells that could metastasize and regrow tumors. All right. But it's through surgery, early detection and surgery. The chemo thing with and even immune therapy and all that stuff, not that great. All right. Now there are some successes with marrow transplants, right? Transplantation to solve leukemia and certain types of cancers. But in general, you catch it too late, you're in problems. It's about early detection. Now, I have a book that I want to do a video about that I just haven't had time. But it really goes into detail about this very topic. All right, early detection. But it's also about lifestyle. All right. And no, this is not like some sort of infomercial, but the point here is this is lifestyle has a big part to play in this. All right. Now, yes, people that are healthy do get cancers. But if you have a better lifestyle, you mitigate your risks. You don't eliminate them, but you mitigate them. All right. But going back, what I was saying before, let's stop believing the lie that cutting edge research is going to just stop in its tracks. And we're going to be so far behind in the United States if Harvard gets their funding cut. Because most of the discoveries aren't coming from Harvard. Most of the discoveries aren't even coming from the top 30 universities. Those are the facts. They want you to believe bullshit.
Everyone in the world benefits when the federal government partners with American research institutes to find these new solutions to the most challenging, problems.
Yes, that's true. That's true. But there's 500, around 320, and about 320 R1, R2 research centers in the United States, and around 200 and something that are outside of the R1, R2 classification that are doing this research. And not all of them are going to get funding cut. Not all 90 billion is going to be cut. Trump is targeting very specific ones within the top 30. Why? Because that's the bastion of the crazy liberals that will eventually go into politics, that will try to erode our Constitution. I mean, you really think that the mayor of Boston, double grad at Harvard, you really want that as the poster, the poster model of where America is going to be going? That kind of liberal? You really want Mayor Wu to be running America? From the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific? From the Rio Grande to all the way to, to the border of Canada? Is that what you want in America? I don't think so.
This country benefits going beyond scientific research when we have universities that study American history so that we don't repeat the problems of our past and so we can understand where we come from and what our values are. When we have law schools that teach about the rule of law and how central it is to the ongoing existence of a constitutional democracy.
Oh, what about rule of law? What's happening is you're producing lawyers to represent minority groups to be able to play through the loopholes so they get what they want. You have lawyers that are, there's something really wrong with our society. When you have a black kid stabbing a white kid, or even just one kid stabbing another kid at a track meet, and the family of the murderer ends up getting huge amounts of donations through a GoFundMe. There's something naturally wrong with this. what is wrong with America? Oh, you have these civil rights lawyers coming in and trying to muddy the water and say that there was some sort of, this is a societal racism, and that, that the kid was rightful to stab, and, and all this crap. This is George Floyd bullshit again.
We teach literature and art and dance and poetry, so we remember why it is that we flourish as human beings. These are essential aspects of a thriving society. If you try to kneecap your universities, you're kneecapping your country. You're kneecapping the people across the world who depend on your research and your discoveries. That's why this is so dangerous, and that's why this whole sector has to come together. I'm proud to be a chapter of a national organization.
Oh, he just said the quiet part out loud. Harvard knows that they don't produce most of the research in the United States. They don't get the dollars, and they don't produce the peer-reviewed articles. That's from the smaller universities, and the power is in the numbers. So if the other universities don't align with Harvard, Harvard is going to miss out. And what's interesting with this dynamic, these smaller universities that do the bulk of the research that's published don't have the funds like Harvard. So they have to capitulate to Trump. But Harvard is going to try to create as many universities as possible so they can get on a pedestal saying, you're cutting research funding. They don't really care about the research funding for the country. They care about their own research funding. And they know that they have less to stand on if there are less universities backing them. Let's continue with Democracy Now!
The American Association of University Professors that has been leading the way with faculty members across the country taking initiative to file lawsuits, to organize on their campuses, and to try to build that network of solidarity across the profession and across the sector.
What do you think was the reason Harvard took this stance? I mean, the reason so many people are stunned is the stances it's taken before. I mean, first you have the ousting after a congressional hearing of Claudine Gay, the president. And then you have the ousting of the head of the Middle East Department. It was really seen as a beginning of a way to deal with the Trump administration. You yourself were banned from your own library for supporting pro-Palestinian students. But now this enormous turnaround.
Well, I think there's potentially a couple of factors to it, Amy, although I don't know. I mean, I haven't been speaking with the leadership of the university directly and don't know their thinking on it. But I'm glad to see their actions. You know, the timeline here is when these threats happened, our chapter went into a real crisis mode, and we decided that we needed to file this lawsuit. And we had terrific help from wonderful law firms that rushed in to help us. And within a few days, we were in court, and we were filing our complaint on behalf of our chapter, on behalf of the professors here at Harvard who are harmed by this, and on behalf of our students.
I wanted to quickly ask you, I'm going to cut you up because I wanted to get to the law firms, and we just have a minute. A judge just ruled on behalf of Sussman Godfrey that the Trump administration's executive order against this law firm can't stand for the moment. We did an interview with Steve Sussman, more than a decade ago, amazing, pioneering lawyer who represented an indigenous community in Alaska against big oil because of climate change. But it's not just Sussman Godfrey, it's all of these law firms. You're a law professor. The significance of this attack on law firms.
He's a law professor at Harvard. Now think about this. You really think he's for America? You really think that he's for our constitutional freedoms? Or do you think he's pushing some bullshit agenda? This is the problem with these universities. They use the law to cut the legs of freedom. Just like how the famous phrase from Russia, that capitalism will hang itself, with the rope that it sells, right? I'm paraphrasing it, but basically it's the same, the same idea. Miss Taiwan is right. America is having a cultural revolution. Now, are we going to let this happen? Are we going to be communist China? Or are we going to be, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Democracy now.
The attacks on law firms are one of the most dangerous things we're seeing. Look, one of the key checks that we have seen so far in the early days of the Trump administration on these authoritarian paragraphs have been...
What about the authoritarian push when you try to put a conservative judge on the bench at the Supreme Court, and you have all the crazy liberals coming out and stalking them at their house and making up stories and demonize them in the public sphere, and they can't even have a hearing without having a circus with the Senate. Doesn't that seem authoritarian? I'm telling you, these people are pushing mob rule, and that's exactly what Miss Taiwan was saying. And she called this long ago. I mean, she said that this was before Claudine Gay got pushed out. She said that this was going to happen, and it's playing out. It's amazing.
In court. Now, the president keeps flirting with the idea of not obeying court orders, but so far, the courts have been holding, and you need lawyers to bring those cases in court. So instead of attacking the courts directly, what he's doing is attacking the lawyers. He's trying to intimidate the entire legal profession into standing down and leaving him a free open path to do whatever it is that he wants. He understands that law can be a check on authoritarian moves. So he's trying to bankrupt these law firms. Now, every law firm that gone to court so far has gotten a quick and strong order from a judge protecting them from these executive orders. That should be a strong signal to every other law firm out there. What the Trump administration is trying to do with these attacks is unconstitutional. You are lawyers. You can go to court and you can file for that type of protection. And I hope that each time a law firm does that, it will breed more and more courage across the profession, because that's another sector that needs to stand united and stand tall in the face of these threats.
Oh, and thank you so much for being with us. And just to add on Sussman Godfrey, that they did represent Dominion voting systems. Andrew Manuel.
Wait. I'll tell you, with Democracy Now, they always give you some sort of dessert to gnaw on. Let's listen. Listen very carefully. This is the first time I've seen this video. I mean, I do this off the cuff. All right. Let's listen really carefully what she says near the end.
You can go to court and you can file for that type of protection. And I hope that each time a law firm does that, it will breed more and more courage across the profession, because that's another sector that needs to stand united and stand tall in the face of these threats.
Oh, and thank you so much for being with us. And just to add on Sussman Godfrey, that they did represent Dominion voting systems. Andrew Manuel.
Wait a minute. That asshole that's a professor at Harvard Law and is pushing this bullshit represented Dominion? Wake up, America. Wake up. Right there. And she says it in 15 minutes and 53 seconds into the video. That guy represented Dominion. Guess what? Remember that whole jump diffusion that we were talking about, back in 2020? How do you get 100% of these mail-in ballots that are just magically appear all for one candidate? He represented that company. Shit. Democracy Now. Yeah. No. What it really should be named is Destroy Your Constitution Now. See, these liberals, I'll tell you, they're out of control. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, all right, I want to, all right,
This is Democracy Now.
I
Democracy
want to pick
Now.
another video here. I want to pick another video. All right, this one is Forbes breaking news.
Modern look. Thick, absorbent layers. But these napkins aren't just elegant, they're surprisingly affordable. And perfect for Wing Wednesday.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maggie McGrath, Senior Editor at Forbes. President Trump has frozen federal research funding for a number of American colleges and universities. He's issued demands from many of these schools in exchange for federal dollars. Harvard has particularly been in the headlines this week. In light of this, Forbes has produced a list of 39 institutions that have the ability to join Harvard in its resistance to President Trump. Joining me now to discuss this list and her article with it is Emma Whitford. She's a staff writer covering K through 12 and higher education. Emma, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Maggie.
So let's set the table before we get into this list. What exactly is the tussle between...
Before we go into that with Forbes breaking news, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Hey, how are you going to get entertained on YouTube? Other than through this wonderful channel that I have. Please help support my work by getting the great supplements that I use, stack them the way I tell you to stack them to get the max benefit, slow down the aging process, and boost up your immune system. It's going to help with your endocrine system and your other bodily systems. Now, let's talk about a stack that's really important here. Taking a probiotic is really important. I have two types of probiotics. I have the veggie cap version that's in my hand, but you can also take the powdered version that I have on my store. Both are very high quality. It's going to reduce inflammation in the gut. You're going to get the proper gut biome that you need for proper absorption of your nutrients. It's going to help the immune system reduce inflammation. And you're going to have a better communication between your brain and your gut and your liver and your gut. When you improve that communication, you're going to have better metabolism. Your liver is going to function better. It's a major detox organ. And also, better communication between your gut and your brain will lead to better sleep. You're going to be less irritable. And research has shown that a good gut biome reduces the chances of early onset of dementia. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics. Take them every day. Should be part of your overall foundation for your health protocol. Another supplement that you should be taking as a foundation is the multivitamin. This is an easy to digest multivitamin. You can see on the label here what the different vitamins are in here. These are cofactors for proper enzymatic activity. That basically means that your cells will perform better. Take this multivitamin every day. It's easy to digest. And your cells and tissues will perform better. And you build off of this by adding the probiotic, adding the Max 35, the C60, the other supplements that I talk about, and stack them, take them every day. And what's going to happen is that the whole key is you want to soak up free radicals, you want to bring down inflammation, you want to boost up your immune system. You want to boost up the health of your mitochondria, and you'll have more ATP. That's the whole concept of this. All right. So take the multivitamin as cofactors for proper enzymatic activity and build off of it. And then vitamin C with magnesium, really important to take. Good for your skin, good for your immune system, and also magnesium helps with your brain health. Magnesium should be in your supplementation every day, especially if you're taking D3 for higher efficacy for D3. Now, you can get magnesium 3 ways on my store. Vitamin C with the magnesium, magnesium and zinc, and also through the Boomer Boost product that I have. So please go to my store, get the vitamin C, get the multivitamin, and get the probiotic. This is a great stack for your health, your gut health, your overall enzymatic activity, and for your immune system and brain health. So please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, get the vitamin C and magnesium, multivitamin, and probiotic. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's continue on with video.
American universities and President Trump. What's going on here?
So President Trump has been coming after American universities through a variety of different channels. One of the more recent ones is he's been freezing federal funding or threatening to do so for some prominent research universities under the guise that they have somehow failed to protect Jewish students from anti-Semitism. There's a lot of arguments about the legality of those claims, and those are being battled out in the courts. But in the meantime, universities are risking losing billions of dollars in federal funding for research.
And I mentioned in my intro that Harvard made headlines this week. President Alan Gerber basically said he refused to cave to demands that the university eliminate diversity programs. What else did Harvard say this week, and why is it such a big deal?
Yeah, not very many colleges so far have stood up to Trump and said, you know, we're not going to do the myriad demands that you've given us. Do what you will. We're going to keep our diversity programs. We're not going to review academic programs. We're not going to punish students. They've been issuing a slew of different things that usually the federal government would not be involved in. So Harvard's sort of the first one that's gotten a specific list of demands and decided not to do it. I will note that Princeton University has been pretty outspoken as well, but they have yet to receive any sort of specific demands from the Trump administration.
So we're getting basically this situation where an American president is threatening American universities financially. And within the course of academia, we know this, some universities are better positioned to have funding pulled than others. Can you talk about the conversations you've been having with editors and what led to this list of 39 Trump-proof universities?
For sure. I want to start with the caveat that no one's really Trump-proof, but these are sort of the 39 schools that probably stand the best chance to standing up to Trump and to figure out who they were. We wanted to take a look at their financials. So one of the first things we considered was their endowment. So
here's the problem with sampling bias. Here's a perfect example of sampling bias. Of course, the older universities and the most popular universities are going to have the largest endowments, and therefore their sampling is from the Ivy League and the Ivy League Plus. I haven't seen this video. I'm willing to bet the majority of these 30 that she's talking about are Ivy League Plus and Ivy League. All right. So it gets back to what I was saying. That's not where most of them are doing the real research. Most of the research is not from the top 30. It's the other 470 research institutes, all right, that are either R1, R2, or not in the classification. But there are about 500 universities doing this research. All right, the top ones are the 340, when that's classified under the R1, R2 category. But it's not 39. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. All right. But her sampling is biased. The right way to do it is to actually see what these individual schools produce in their peer-reviewed journal publications and how much money they get for their funding. All right. Not just how big their endowment is. Because her thesis is basically the more financially sound you are with the large endowment and name recognition, therefore you're going to be able to be, quote, Trump-proof. The reality of the situation is majority of your endowment you can't even pay, you can't even use, because you can't spend the corpus. But here, once again, another stupid ass.
Have sort of to keep operations running into perpetuity. I will note that endowment is different than a savings fund or a rainy day fund. They can't just tap into that money and move it. So Harvard couldn't say, you know, we're going to take 2.2 billion from our $53 billion endowment and cover the research funding. So they'd have to jump through a lot of hoops if they want to use endowment funding on research. Usually it's earmarked for things like student aid or a faculty position. They'd have to go back to the donor, whoever gave.
She doesn't even know what she's talking about. You have permanently restricted net assets, which is most of what that endowment is, where you can't pay the corpus. You can't spend down the corpus. All right. You can spend the interest, but you can't spend down the corpus. All right. Then you have temporarily restricted net assets, which basically say you can only use it for certain things, like research or for tuition grants, or, you know, sometimes building maintenance, whatever. And then totally unrestricted, where they could spend it any way they want. Those are the three categories. Now, I said that within 45 seconds. Come on. Come on. Another journalist that really doesn't know much about how to just get to the essence. America.
Specific money and sort of ask if they can reallocate it to something like research, which is possible but difficult. And then another thing that we were looking at was their financial grade, which is a list that Forbes puts out every year. We evaluate private colleges on a variety of metrics, for everything from endowment size, return on assets, to how much are they discounting tuition, what is their admissions yield, to sort of determine the overall financial health of the school. So we were looking at colleges that also had pretty high grades. I think all the schools on our list of 39 are B+ or above.
And does that grade incorporate the credit rating on the institution? Because your story notes that Harvard has a AAA debt rating and also relatively little reliance on federal support for operations compared to others. How important is that debt rating in this calculation for the 39 schools?
We actually don't include the debt rating in that calculation. That's just something I wanted to know about Harvard and a handful of the schools on our list, is that they want to access debt. They can do so pretty easily. We do factor into that list the reliance on federal dollars. So a lot of those schools, it makes up less than 20% of their operating revenues every year. So that could be things like Pell Grants, which are grants for student tuition that most schools receive. And then a lot of it is also research funding from NIH or NSF.
So let me get this straight. If her thesis is right, that the more financially sound you are, the more Trump-proof you are. So if that's the case, then why is Harvard fighting Trump? Because in reality, they aren't Trump-proof. They need the money. They need it. Why? Just look at the news that just came out. They're laying off people from HMS. That's Harvard Medical School, by the way.
Schools on our list have other revenue streams, things like tuition that they can sort of lean back on if their federal funding is decreased. So a lot of them are small private liberal arts colleges that really focus on undergraduate teaching and don't do as much research as some of the big.
If you're a liberal arts college, you're not in that research umbrella that I was telling you about. Remember the R1, R2 research? That's about 320 or so, 340 universities. Ivy League and Ivy League Plus is about 30. And then you have the ones that are outside of the R1, R2 category that are doing original research. That's around 250 or so universities out of a population of 4,000 universities. So only about 500 universities out of 4,000 are actually doing cutting edge research. Harvard needs the money. Trust me, Harvard needs the money. You know why? Because I get alumni emails stating what they're doing internally to cutting expenses. All right. They're hurting. They are hurting. So if Harvard's hurting and they have such a large endowment, don't you think all these other universities are hurting too? So they are not Trump-proof. And going after Harvard actually might be the better thing, because you attack the top. You attack the top. Because everyone below them is less Trump-proof.
Interesting. So a more research-focused university might not be on this list?
Right. So there are some on here. A lot of the big private schools like Harvard, like Washington University, Vanderbilt, Johns Hopkins, the schools that really focus on research. You will see on there, but that's because they are also so wealthy on their own. But a lot of the public schools that have a little bit smaller endowments and still do a ton of research and do a ton of funding from the feds, they wouldn't be included on this list.
So let's get into it. I won't make you do all 39 from memory, but can you take us through some of the highlights of this list of colleges that have the endowment, the financial health, and the revenue to push back against Trump's overarching federal funding stipulations?
For sure. So
for sure,
you will see a school like Princeton University on there. They have the highest endowment per student. So
Ivy League.
Not the largest endowment in total, but if you look at how much money they have for their relatively small enrollment, it is larger than any university in the country. So they're pretty well off. And even though they get about 43% of their operating revenues from federal dollars, their president's already been very outspoken about not wanting to pick Trump. So we want to
see what I mean.
On the list.
They need this money because it's part of their budget. That's the point. That Trump is right about going after these guys. Now, again, Princeton is about the same in terms of peer-reviewed articles being published, about 10,000 per year out of a universe of 290,000. So the far majority of the research that's being published is from other universities other than Ivy League and Ivy League Plus. And they're going to cave in. So science is going to stop. But what will happen is that Harvard, Princeton, Yale, some of these, Vanderbilt, Carnegie Mellon, John Hopkins, they're going to have to cut their staff.
Expect them to continue to push and try and outlast any sort of federal overreach. And then you've got some small liberal arts colleges like Pomona College, Principal College, Williams in Massachusetts.
I don't think they're major research institutes. I'm not too worried about not having the cure for cancer because of those liberal arts.
Those are all pretty focused on the undergraduate teaching experience. They only get a few percent of their revenue from the federal government. They're not doing a lot of research. And then they also are very, very independently wealthy. So we expect they would be able to outlast 4 years of any federal disruptions.
Let's get into that endowment per student really quickly. So I understand some commenters are saying, you can't just look just at endowment. So why is it important to break that big endowment figure down to the endowment per student?
Yeah, so if you think about schools like Columbia University, which has already caved to some of Trump's demands, or Cornell University, they have these really large endowments, but they also enroll so many students that those endowment earnings just aren't going to go quite as far because their expenditures are so much higher. So then if you look at a school like Princeton that does have that really high endowment per student number, they just got so much more saved compared to what their relative teaching expenses are, that it would go a lot farther to help them.
One of the figures here that's really interesting to me.
If you have an operating budget that needs government funding that's 40%, even if it's 10% or 20%, you're going to have such a burn rate for 2 years if you're not getting federal funds. Let's just say that the government says that Trump, you can't freeze this funding. All right? Maybe he can, maybe he can't. But he sure as hell can prevent them from getting new funding for the rest of his administration. So that's going to be a major hit on the budgets.
Longtime Ford staffer, I love the math, I love the numbers, is federal funding as a percentage of operating revenues. And some of these schools, it's remarkably little. Grinnell is 1.4%, Williams 2.3%. Swarthmore College, from where I'm from in Pennsylvania, is 2.1%. I'm surprised by some of these figures. You report on this on a regular basis. Did any of this surprise you, or is this kind of standard fare?
A little bit. I'll note that these numbers are a little bit crude because I use federal data to calculate these, and it doesn't split that up into different types of federal money. So I can't tell, what is research, what is student grant aid, that kind of thing. But schools like the ones you mentioned, like Grinnell or Swarthmore, they're very reliant on tuition. Students pay a pretty high price tag to attend. So a lot of their funding is coming from that stream and less so from the federal government, which would be supporting a lot more research behind the scenes kind of things.
What surprised you about?
Do you really think that we need more liberal arts schools in the United States?
List that you put together here, was there a name of a university or college that once all the math was done, you were like, wow, I did not expect to see that name here?
Yeah, there was one that surprised us all, I think, which is Soka University of America. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's very tiny. It's in California, and it's very wealthy compared to the number of students they have. It's supported by a Japanese Buddhist sect that has given them quite a bit of money and seems to operate pretty independently. So that was kind of a strange, cool name to see on here. And there's also a few just smaller specialized schools like the Juilliard School, Curtis Institute of Music, that seem to have pretty low enrollments, but pretty healthy endowments and low reliance on federal dollars, so they'll probably do fine as well.
Were there any schools you expected?
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and $12.99 for a fitness app and more money.
Were there any schools you expected to see come out in this ranking that ultimately did not make the cut?
I was a little bit surprised not to see Columbia or Cornell on here. I knew that they had high enrollments, but I thought their endowments were big enough that they would still make this list. So it was a little bit eye-opening to see just how vulnerable they still may be, even though they are.
Her little econometric equation, guess what? Harvard is going to hurt. Trust me, if Harvard wasn't going to hurt, why would they push back so hard? It's all about the money. It's all about the. If you think it's about civil rights, bullshit. It's all about money. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. All right. And if you stack these the way I tell you to stack them, you're going to actually see the benefits of targeting different systems. So let's talk about a stack that's going to target your bone health. Now, once you hit age 40, you start to lose bone density for guys or for females. All right. Now, when females go postmenopausal, then what will happen is that you will lose more bone density at a faster rate relative to guys, relative to males. So what you want to do is you want to take in calcium. You want to drink milk or take in a calcium supplement. and you want to do resistance training. And do the resistance training by doing weight lifts, all right? But you also want to do some cardio. Why? Because you want blood flow and good blood flow into feeding your bones, right? So by taking the D3 and the K2, you're going to be absorbing calcium. And when you have that better blood flow, when you're absorbing that calcium into your bloodstream, you're having that better blood flow into your bones, all right? And you have that resistance training, you're building up that with the weight lifts and doing these vibration exercises where you do the calf, strengthening up your calf, and you do the calf lifts, all right? And you're with no shoes, you're just flat onto the ground, hard floor, and you get a vibration up through your leg and into your hip, and it helps to strengthen the neck of your femur, and also your hip, strengthens your leg bones, and then also your spinal cord, your vertebrae, right? So you're getting that vibration through that vertebrae, and that vibration and doing the weight training is going to send a signal to produce more osteoblasts. Osteoblasts are cells that actually deposit bone. Osteoclasts eat bone. When you get older, you start to produce more osteoclasts and less osteoblasts. Well, you want to reverse that. So take the K2, MK7, and the D3, take in calcium, do resistance training, do some cardio to get the good blood flow going, but also do these exercises where you're getting that vibration up through your leg, into your hip, and up through your vertebrae. And also improve your back muscles when you're doing the resistance training to strengthen up that back, all right? And get better back posture. Most people don't work out their back muscles, and that's a big mistake, all right? So do that. And also take in magnesium. You can get the magnesium on my store through vitamin C and magnesium supplement, the magnesium and zinc supplement, or the Boomer Boost. So stack it with the K2, the D3, and do those exercises, and you're going to build bone density. Really important for males and females. Now, K2 and D3 also work well with helping to slow down the depositing of calcium around plaque formation in your vascular system. All right, so D3 and K2, especially when you take the magnesium on a daily basis, will help to pull out slowly that calcium depositing around plaque formation in your vascular system and reduce the probability of putting new calcium depositing, right? So that's really important for your cardiovascular health. And then the added benefit of cardiovascular health is to take the nattokinase. The nattokinase is fibrinolytic, and it'll break up clots. So if you have plaque formation, you're going to have turbulent flow, and what's going to happen is clots can form. Well, you want to break up those clots with the nattokinase. And nattokinase will kind of thin out a little bit of your blood, a little bit, all right? Prevent it from being as sticky, so it's going to reduce the clot formation. But also, nattokinase is going to help to bring down your LDL levels and help to increase your HDL levels. So it's improving your total cholesterol. So you're reducing plaque formation. So take nattokinase. You can take it separately, but it works really well when you take nattokinase, the D3, and the K2 together. And again, you should be taking magnesium on a daily basis through a multivitamin, through my Boomer Boost, the vitamin C and magnesium supplement that I have, or through the magnesium and zinc supplement that I have. All right, so there's 3 ways on my store that you can get the magnesium to supercharge the D3 efficacy. So please stack the nattokinase, the D3, and the K2 together. Do that resistance training, and you get a dual benefit. It's helping your cardiovascular health, and it's helping with your bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow this stack, do it every day, and improve your health. It's really important, especially for females that are about 40 years of age or older. So please take my advice. It works. You spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last, and you can use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
It's really prestigious, untouchable schools. It's precarious, even for the big guys like Harvard. I mean, they're standing up, but it's tough for everybody.
What you said about how endowments are earmarked, I think is really interesting and also important. Did any of your sources talk about how long it would take to perhaps unearmark those dollars from the endowment in order to make up for any federal funding?
Most of it, never. And some of it, it would take years.
It would really vary. I think it would depend on the scale of how many people you're approaching to talk about this. I asked my sources if there had been any historical events where schools have had to do this in the past. And there really haven't been, except that the school is somehow in dire financial circumstances for some other reasons. So maybe they're facing closure and they want to tap that endowment more so than they would year to year. Then they might go back to donors and talk about that. But
some of the corpus for the permanently restricted net asset for Harvard, these organizations or people have been dead for a couple hundred years. So you're going to go to the you're going to go to the grave and ask, can we move the permanently restricted net assets to non-restricted assets? And you'll hear like some sound in the grave going, yes. Come on. Come on. Let's put on some common sense.
Involve a lot of man hours, a lot of paperwork, and a lot of legal hoops to jump through. So it's not necessarily a practical solution that colleges have, but it could be an option.
One of the other factors that comes up in your piece is international students, which you mentioned when talking about MIT. MIT did not make this list of Trump-proof universities. So I'm wondering, how does a college?
This is really important to understand the context and the history of this, which I'm sure they don't know. MIT basically was formed around the time of the Civil War, just after the Civil War. I think it was during the Civil War. I think it was when it's formed. It had many, many times throughout its history where it almost went bankrupt and had many problems. Harvard tried to buy them multiple times, and they decided not to sell. All right. That's part of the reason why Harvard decided to invest in their science research facility over the other side of the Charleston River. All right. So Harvard, MIT decided not to have Harvard buy them out. And throughout, since the 1860s to now, there were multiple times where MIT almost went bankrupt. All right. Kodak ended up giving them a big endowment and kind of put them on the right footing to be able to sustain it, and then heavily funded by government because of DARPA. All right. Now Harvard's tied to DARPA too, but MIT is DARPA. All right. All right. So heavily into defense, heavily into government contracts. All right. And that's what's keeping them afloat. Now, if the government decided to stop DARPA funding, there's a big probability that MIT might fold. Now, I don't think it will fold because it's very important for the defense, but they're not stable. They never have been stable.
Regulation play into its ability to counteract the effects of the administration?
Right. So the Trump administration has really gone after international students. They've been revoking visas all over the place with loosely justified reasoning or sometimes no reasoning at all. And this is a problem for colleges financially, because a lot of them rely on international students to come and pay full tuition, which even though private colleges have these really high tuition rates, like somewhere in the 70,000, 80,000 range, most domestic students don't pay that. They get some sort of merit scholarship that discounts that rate. So maybe they're paying only $40,000 a year out of that $70,000. But international students don't tend to get that kind of financial aid. So schools rely on them to pay that full fare, and that sort of works out to help discount for domestic students. So if they lose that stream of enrollment from international students, it's another financial hit that they're having to deal with.
I'm going to ask a question that might be a story idea. I'm going to ask a question that might be a story idea for you in the future, but back when I was covering student loans and student debt in 2013 and 14, something that came up a lot was the idea of net tuition revenue, and then how much aid is left over from the money a college has, I'm speaking super crudely, to give aid to students. Have any of your sources indicated that schools could start offering less financial aid, fewer scholarships, fewer grants, in order to protect
of course
their revenue stream, their bottom
that's
line
common sense.
from federal action?
Of course.
I have been asking about that, and they're in a bit of a pickle, because as much as, yes, it would save them money to start offering less grant aid to students, they also would not necessarily be able to attract that student. So if you're going to offer,
you really need, I mean, think about this. What is hard? Just look at Harvard itself. All right. 1,900, a little bit more than that, but around 1,900 college students. Now, not all of them graduate. Many of them do, but let's just say it goes down to 1,800, right? Assume that 100 don't get kicked out because they're pro-Palestinian bullshit on campus, right? So around 1,900 students graduate each year, all right, from Harvard. Just the college, not the graduate programs and the professional schools and all that, but just the college, 1,900 every year, all right? And they get into the job force, the job market, right? And just year after year after year. So just to round the numbers up so it's easy to calculate, 2,000 every year, 2,000, all right? So after 10 years, you have 20,000, all right? Students that are they're thrown in it. Now, expand that out to the Ivy League, and about the same. There's 8. So it's about 2,000 per year. There's 8 of them. So there's 1,600. Sorry, 16,000. 16,000. All right. So 16,000 every year. For 10 years, 160,000. There's too many students that came out. Do you really need new students to bring in like the best? Because what's happening is that the ones that are coming out of these colleges, they can't find work now. There's a lot of them that are underemployed. Trust me on this. All right, they're floating around on at the club. They just recently graduated. All right, they can't find work. Many of them, not all of them, but many of them.
On a $80,000 tuition fee, so the student's only paying $40,000 to attend, they might opt to enroll because they can afford that. Whereas if you're only offering a 25% scholarship on the $80,000 fee, they can't necessarily afford the $60,000 bill, then you're not getting any money from that student at all. So it's not necessarily a good idea for them to decrease those discounting rates, because it might just end up to enrollment declining, and then they're facing an even greater financial challenge.
That's one of the big questions that remains. And as you describe that situation, I'm also picturing a homogenization that could occur to some student bodies, right? If you're offering less in grants and aids, which would perhaps go towards the administration's goal of rolling back DEI, just perhaps in a way that was not intended, or at least we can't say if it was.
Well, what's going to happen is it's going to be rich families putting their kids into these elite schools. But that's always been like that. And there's only been a small percentage that was this DEI. All right. But the thing is that, in corporate America, right, there's a lot of this DEI bullshit that's hurt corporate. You're putting employees in that really aren't that good. And they're put into managerial positions. They're failing forward. And what's happening is that they're making decisions that hurt the company, hurt the business unit or whatever. And that is what it needs to be uprooted out of corporate America. DEI hasn't helped. Now, should you have a diverse society and a diverse company employee profile? Yes. And over time it happens. But if you try to force the issue by having people just fail forward, you're hurting your company. All right? Very simple.
But Emma, as we look towards the future, towards the end of the school year, what are the questions that are at the top of your mind and that you'll be asking sources in the days and weeks to come?
Yeah, it changes every day because there's always new news coming from this administration and how colleges are responding. One of the things I'm looking at right now is what role philanthropy might play in this. In the past, the federal government has always been sort of the main funder of research.
Now think about this. All right. If everything gets pulled, $90 billion of funding of research annually. Let's assume that all of that is pulled, which it wouldn't. But let's just say all of that is pulled. Do you really think that the philanthropic sector is going to be able to backfill that $90 billion every year for as many years that Trump decides not to give them the research funds? Not even close. Not even close. You'd be lucky if you can get 10% of that 90 billion. 9 billion across the whole spectrum of universities that have had their funding pulled. You couldn't backfill it. Not even close. Now, the reality of the situation is that most of the universities are going to cave in. You're going to have probably the top 30 that don't cave in. They're trying to follow the shadow of Harvard. All right. So now we're talking about maybe 25% of the 90 billion. All right. So around 25 billion. Let's just say, just round number. About 25 billion isn't given. Now the question is, would philanthropic endeavors annually be able to generate 9 billion for those 30 universities? Not even close. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
See foundations start to step up and try and fill some of those gaps. Another thing I'm wondering about is how this is going to impact international student enrollment.
So what?
There's a ton of speculation about it. And this
Do we really need the international student enrollment for a couple of years? Or could we just get rid of that? Yeah, we could get rid of it for a couple of years and everything would be just fine.
We'll start putting down their deposits, so we'll get to see if there's actually going to be a decline if students from outside the US don't want to come here anymore, and what kind of impact that will have on classes next fall.
Of course, May 1st is decision day, is that right?
Yes, it is.
So we'll have data pretty soon after that?
Yeah, they tend to release numbers throughout May, so.
All right, well, we'll have to have you back to give us an update based on what you're seeing then, because I am also interested in these questions and their answers. But before I let you go for now, is there anything else you want the Forbes audience to know about your story on these Trump-proof universities?
I don't think so. I think we've covered most of it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Emma.
The key to this whole video that took 17 minutes to play, if I didn't interrupt, is that there isn't a university that's Trump-proof. Not one. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. It's an antioxidant. It's going to bring down inflammation that helps with your vascular system and your immune system. Ashwagandha root controls blood glucose levels and your cortisol levels. It brings those down. That's important to bring down inflammation. Helps with your immune system and your vascular system. Olive leaf extract, dual purpose supplement, helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So if you stack these together, you're really supercharging your immune system and your cardiovascular system. By bringing down inflammation at their vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. By bringing down inflammation systemically, you're boosting up your immune system. Chronic inflammation is immunosuppressive. I've been saying this for 5 years. So if you're all worried about, the aftershock of 2020, just follow my lead and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Well, Dr. Paul Cottrell, what about, diseases with neurons and amyloidosis and blah, blah, blah. You reduce inflammation, you reduce amyloidosis. Oh, and by the way, if you soak up free radicals within neurons, you're reducing amyloidosis. I mean, people are so behind with my advice. I mean, years ahead, 5 years ahead, and people are still not paying attention, still not catching up. Follow my lead, you will be benefiting. All right, I want to do another video with this history. I wanted to see BBC just did a broadcast about 4 hours ago about this topic.
The attention of the whole world has been on the US trade war with China and indeed with the rest of the world. But back home in the United States, he is breaking things there as well and doing it on purpose, taking the hammer to all manner of institutions, including the latest ones, universities, particularly the top universities. Harvard hit with a $2.2 billion funding freeze after rejecting Donald Trump's demands for change. Can he force US universities to change? And what does their future look like if they don't? Welcome to Americast, back after some delay in my case, on campus.
All right, this is BBC here, but before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nano silver toothpaste. It's going to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum line, reduce the inflammation. It's made from structural nano silver, has no fluoride, very high quality toothpaste. Please go to my store, take this, get a few tubes of this toothpaste, help support my work, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. I also have structural nano silver gel. This is a dual purpose product. You apply it on your skin daily. You can also help heal wounds quicker with taking this. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. And you can use it as an aftershave. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use the structural nano silver gel. Make sure you have some of this at work, at home. You never know when you need it. Trust me on this. So get the toothpaste and the gel. Use discount 5. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Americast from BBC News.
Hello, I'm Sumi, joining from the Washington, D.C. Bureau. And it is Mariana, aka Misinformation, in the worldwide headquarters in London on my own.
And it's Justin at home in South London. And we've got to say what time it is, haven't we, and where we are, because, well, not just where we are, but what day it is as well, because so much changes, Mariana. So why don't you do the honours, because I worked so early this morning, I can't remember what time it is or what day it is.
Yeah, so we are recording this at just after 2 o'clock on Wednesday, and who knows what may have happened when this comes out, and particularly what might have happened regarding the elite universities in the United States, which is what we're chatting about today.
Yeah, so Sumi, here is my take on this. Can I start with a slight kind of tangential point.
Please.
I was looking the other day at what Donald Trump was saying.
The producers will be loving it.
They'll be loving it and they'll be used to it. Donald Trump was the other day expounding his views on the subject of shower heads, which he's going to make great again. And I think he actually signed an executive order, correct me if I'm wrong, on the size of shower heads. So basically, so this whole business of the Biden administration on new housing said you've got to have shower heads that save more water. It's all an environmental thing, I think. And Donald Trump comes in saying, no, shower heads should be able to scald you and smash your back and all
It's
the rest
about the
of it.
water pressure, Justin. He wants good water pressure.
Yeah, okay. He wants good water pressure. Because good water pressure is part of being a proper American. Okay, and that I just think those things, because my contention is that that's actually pretty popular, certainly popular with his supporters. And although we quite rightly talk a lot about the things where he is doing stuff that is quite possibly not popular, we talk a lot about tariffs, a lot about the inflationary impact of tariffs, et cetera, and how that's going to affect him politically. At the same time, I think it's worth getting to some of these things. At the same time, he is plugging away at things, often social, cultural things, but other things as well, that just, in the words
You know the problem
of
with the
some of his
liberals?
supporters,
You know what the problem with the liberals that have been adding more regulation on your life? They screwed up toilets where the flushing capacity is lower. So instead of flushing it once back in the old days, you have to flush it like 9 times. So you're using even more water. And it clogs up to that, more often. And 2, you know what? This whole stuff about water pressure and reducing your water usage or trying to prevent you from using natural gas, this stuff is for the birds, man. We are overregulated by liberal mindset. It's time to get rid of it. Time to get rid of these regulations. You should be able to flush a toilet once and it works, all right? Instead of 9 times because you got a liberal toilet.
Are making America normal again. And it just struck me that the shower thing is one of those things, and at a different level, and I guess a much more important level, this battle with the universities is a battle that Donald Trump wants to have because, for political reasons, he thinks that he is on the side of most Americans. So I guess we should start by saying what it is that he is doing, and whether when he makes that calculation, he might have miscalculated.
Trump wants to make America great again, and you start with good flushing toilets.
Yeah, with Donald Trump and...
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4.0 plus GPA get rejected.
Yeah, what Donald Trump and his administration say that they're doing is, on the one hand, bringing universities in line that they say have allowed anti-Semitism to flourish on campus. So remember during the pro-Palestinian anti-war campus protests that we saw on campuses across the country, that we saw these protests really take over universities. And at the time, the Biden administration had a difficult time kind of really approaching this issue because obviously these were protesters who were also calling not only on their universities, but on the country to take a different approach to supporting Israel in the war. And now the Trump administration says that these universities violated civil rights law because they weren't able to protect Jewish students, and they allowed, as I said, anti-Semitism to take root. And if you look at some of these universities, Harvard being one of them, there were lawsuits brought by Jewish students on those campuses. So on Harvard's campus, for example, saying that they didn't feel protected during these protests. On the other hand, the vast majority of protests were, of course, peaceful, and these were university students calling for their universities to divest from businesses that had ties to Israel, for example, and to call for a ceasefire.
Now think about this. Think about the stupid liberal BS. You have now the government pulling funds. You have a student body that's saying, please, endowment, you got a huge endowment, you need to help support us. But yet the students have destroyed the actual portfolios of these universities by forcing them to divest out of oil and out of, other types of companies. So the whole liberal mindset is eating itself.
On the one hand, Justin, to your point, on the one hand, we are seeing this specific, more narrow battle over universities on anti-Semitism. But on the other hand, this is a larger battle, isn't it? This is about this idea that these universities have become, quote, too woke, and that the Trump administration wants to rein them in and allow a flourishing of right-wing thought. They say that these universities are claiming free speech, but Republican students and right-wing thought has not been allowed to flourish.
Yeah, and it's interesting what you were describing there, Sumi. I spent some time on Columbia's campus and also talking to a student who went to NYU, New York University, in the summer, particularly around the issue of more around social media abuse and the impact of social media algorithms on the very polarized debate around the war in Gaza and the 7th of October attacks on Israel and how those have unfolded on the campuses there in New York. But there was absolutely that feeling from students, both Jewish students who felt like they hadn't been protected by their universities, and then also from students who were part of the pro-Palestinian movement who felt like they hadn't had kind of sufficient support, or they were being kind of wrongly targeted for protesting, wanting a ceasefire, for example. And it's just kind of interesting how it feels like this has kind of been born from that, but not just that. And I guess it's all kinds of other issues, isn't it, Justin, that there's been suggestions from Donald Trump's administration that universities lean a particular way and don't allow free debate or conversations around those topics.
Yeah. And there's a guy called Chris Rufo, who I think in a sense is one of the most powerful people kind of outside the administration and outside government. I don't know what you think about this, Sue, but Chris Rufo has led a kind of one-man campaign against the universities on two real issues, partly on sex and gender, but actually much more on race, where he and a lot of his supporters say, you know what, the days when we racially discriminate and allow in certain numbers, quotas of people from each race, which the top universities have historically done in order to have diversity on campus, etc., that should all go. We should just be colorblind in our administration of everything, of justice, of academia, of everything. And Chris Rufo has taken an absolute scalpel to not just the top universities, actually, but a number of universities right around the country, where he's gone for the DEI schemes, and he has tried to get those universities first to defend them, which they weren't really expecting to have to do, and then when they couldn't defend them to his satisfaction, to try to get them defunded or harassed or whatever else, so that those schemes went. And Chris Rufo, I mean, it just seems to me, Sue, he's not a famous person, certainly not outside the United States, and not really inside either, is he? But my goodness, he's having an impact.
He is, and in fact, there was a New York Times profile on him just last week, and we're seeing an increasing focus on who this person is. And while most people might not know who Chris Rufo is, the point is that you do have these figures within the administration and also outside of the administration that do wield a vast amount of power in the administration's approach to some of these issues. And by the way, we're talking about the administration's approach to universities, but this is also something that's affecting public schools across the country. So we've seen letters sent to public schools demanding that they end what is called DEI policies or DEI programs, and threatening to cut public funding to those schools. And interestingly, I was talking to family members who are connected with teachers, and they were saying that some of these teachers are extremely concerned because they say the approach that you just described, Justin, of kind of leveling out the playing field does not at all actually address some of the learning discrepancies there are between different types of children and in different communities. And, you know, if you have special needs children, for example, in public schools, that they won't get the same type of teaching and learning and also attention that they need to be able to be on that level playing field. So it is this larger debate, but I mean, I think the point that you made, Justin, earlier about doing things that are popular, there is a sense, isn't there, among some Americans that particularly the universities, the Harvards, the Yales, and so on and so forth, that they are part of the elite establishment. And so in a way, you can imagine that a good number of Americans, certainly those who voted for Donald Trump, will actually support these policies.
Yeah, I mean, how many people, what proportion of Americans went to even a four-year university, never mind Harvard? I think it's around 40%, something like that.
I'd have to look that up, but that could certainly be.
Where's Anthony? Where's Anthony?
Where's Anthony where we need
Yeah, where's Anthony?
I think it's 40%. Look, I tell you what, I'm going to say I think it is 40%, and I know the producers are very kind to me. We'll just cut it out a bit.
We were very kind to you. So, so let's get into is intermittent fasting good for us?
A normal person, 8 hours after they finish their last meal, they start to burn fat.
So let's get into some of the specifics of
before they continue on to the next segment. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the Myotrol and also get the Clarity Factor. Stack these together. It does wonders for an anti-aging protocol. All right. So why do you need to take Myotrol? Myotrol will help to build muscle and maintain muscle. It helps with the gene expression to build muscle. Do resistance training. Take Myotrol. Drink it with filtered water. All right. Do it every day. Now, if you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking Myotrol now. All right. But if you're an athlete, either younger or older, taking Myotrol is going to help you with your fitness and building muscle. It stacks really well with Gladiator barley. So take the Myotrol, help build muscle. All right. It also helps the health of your mitochondria. Clarity Factor will help to get rid of that brain fog. It's going to help support your memory. And what's going to happen is that your neurons are going to be firing more. So that means you're going to think faster. You're going to have better memory. You're actually going to sleep better. And you're going to, over time, have this better neuroplasticity. This is what I call positive neuroplasticity, where you're going to have more dendritic connections and you're going to have more, your neurons are going to be wired in such a way where you're going to have better cognitive function. And so you're going to think better. You're going to get rid of that brain fog, drink it with filtered water, and you'll be able to concentrate. You should be doing this if you're in school or if at work, if you have, high cognitive work description, and if you're retired. Even if you're retired and you're not working, you're not in school, you're going to need it to help with the memory. All right. So take the Clarity Factor, take it every day. If you have a job or at work where it's high cognitive function, you should take it twice a day. But take it with filtered water, and it stacks really well with other things like C60, ubiquinol, NAD+ to help with your neural health, resveratrol. Now, with the stack that I'm talking about here is that help with your muscles and help with your brain. Those are major systems that as you get older, they start to decline. You want to mitigate that decline. You want to improve it. All right. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, and you'll get $5 off any order. Get the Myotrol, get the Clarity Factor, take them every day. Now, if you spend $150 or more on any order, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Trump seemed to be asking Harvard, and what Harvard has then taken issue with, and the kind of subsequent funding debate or withdrawal of funding that's happened. And to help us, we have none other than our own Donald Trump, Mike from Shrewsbury. He is a wonderful Americaster who does a very unique impression of Donald Trump for us. If you've not heard it before, certainly if you're listening on the World Service, this is him reading out Donald Trump's post on Truth Social.
Perhaps Harvard should lose its tax-exempt status and be taxed as a political entity if it keeps pushing political, ideological, and terrorist-inspired / supporting sickness. Remember, tax-exempt status is totally contingent on acting in the public interest.
Well, he could be in the room, couldn't he, as we always say. And people listening on the World Service who haven't heard Mike from Shrewsbury before will now have been introduced to, it's just amazing. It's just could actually be him. Anyway, thanks, Mike. Nice to hear from you again. And as for the substance of that, yeah, so there you go. Tax exempt status. So in other words, Sumi, what he's saying is that an awful lot of Americans who have no hope at all of getting to Harvard are having to pay in some way, shape or form, if only because Harvard isn't paying its full whack-in taxes, for the Harvard education that a few very elite people get. And it's the same, isn't it, as funding for NPR, National Public Radio, which he'd probably put in the same box as something that does get some federal funding. In other words, everyone contributes to it, but is now, certainly in Trumpian terms, seen as a far left progressive organization, and so shouldn't receive that.
How could you say that
That's
NPR or PBS is not a far-leaning news organization? Of course they are. Come on, get real.
Shtick, isn't it? And I wonder now how Harvard defends itself from that.
Yeah, and so the tax exempt status is actually something that, if that were to be revoked, would mean a huge cost for universities. So the majority of universities are tax exempt. I went to Northwestern University, which, interestingly enough, is also facing funding freeze from the Trump administration. But this was always a big issue with, it's just outside of Chicago on the water and has this beautiful waterfront view and is on basically the best property in that part of town.
Lovely
it
place.
Is beautiful.
Proper elite, Sumi, proper elite. You've placed yourself.
We don't want anyone to know that.
Right in there.
But I mean, Justin, we can hardly talk. Yeah, exactly. Where did you go to university?
Let's move swiftly on. What were you saying about Northwestern, Sumi?
Well, just that it's on this beautiful waterfront piece of land, and there was always this bit of tension with the town because Northwestern is not paying taxes on that land, and you can imagine that for the town of Evanston, so where Northwestern is based, just outside of Chicago, as you know, Justin, it is obviously a piece of land that would otherwise bring in a lot of revenue, and so the tax exempt status is something that the administration certainly can use as a stick. But if you look at some of the demands that were listed in the letter to Harvard obtained by the New York Times, I mean, if you look at what the administration wants to actually see from Harvard, they're saying reporting students to the federal government who are hostile to American values, ensuring each academic department is viewpoint diverse, hiring an external government-approved party to audit programs and departments, quote, that most fuel anti-Semitic harassment, and then checking faculty staff for plagiarism, which that last one obviously is something that the universities are struggling with at the moment anyways with large language models. But if you look at the demands here, I mean, the American values one is just also so squishy, isn't it? What exactly is being represented?
What does that mean?
Yeah. And
hey, I'm a Shark Tank. I'm a huge fan. Hey, what is your #1 tip for saving money? Easy. Pay off your credit card debt as soon as possible.
Yeah. And when you read those, it seems unsurprising that the response from Harvard was to say, hold on a second, not sure we're okay with this. And Harvard's president, Alan Garber, accused the White House of trying to control, to quote him, its community. He said, although some of the demands outlined by the government are aimed at combating anti-Semitism, the majority represent direct governmental regulation of the intellectual conditions at Harvard, to which the Department of Education then came back and said, Harvard's statement reinforces the troubling entitlement mindset that is endemic in our nation's most prestigious universities and colleges.
And just to put another finer point on the debate around universities here, this is also wrapped up in the canceling of visas for foreign students, right? Because we've seen, for example, a Tufts University student who was snatched off the streets and is being held in a detention center. And we understand at this point, through the court hearings that we've seen to this point, that what she had done is signed her name to an op-ed in the student newspaper at Tufts University, calling for the university to divest from business with Israel, and also calling on the university to listen to students. That's all the evidence that we've heard so far there is against a student. And so it seems here that for students who have expressed their opinion to support the Palestinian cause, that they are also being targeted by the administration.
And I guess the argument then would also be, if you're a university student or the university themselves who kind of oppose this idea of the points that have been laid out to them of things
that the administration would like them to sort of adopt or adhere to. You know, if they think about students who have right-leaning views, and you know, I'm sure Justin, you'll have stuff to say on this. There are examples of where people have been sort of cancelled or sort of excommunicated, I guess, from student bodies. But there is a difference between that and then being sort of actively like taken from the streets and put in a detention centre and stuff like that. And you can see how the images of that, like that clip you described to me, has gone so viral on social media. I mean, I've seen loads and loads of content about it because people are kind of shocked by it. They're like, hang on, this is America. Why are people being taken off the streets for what they say or think? Like, that seems very at odds with what the First Amendment would describe. But that could also be applied to people on the right who have, for example, had, you know, contracts terminated or jobs stopped or weren't able to be part of the university anymore in the US or in other places.
I tell you what, Simi, we were discussing, so a few weeks ago now, Ezra Klein, the New York Times journalist, making the really fascinating point that the entire administrative state, when Donald Trump goes after, you know, whether it's the US aid organization or whether it's, you know, any number of federal bodies that he's either closed or sacking everyone or trying to get rid of, or the universities or the broadcasters, there's this kind of weird thing, which Ezra Klein, as a Democrat supporter, says has happened, where actually it is a fact in the modern era that they do all tend to be staffed by liberal people, left-wing people. It's the kind of mirror image of the Senate, where you have 2 senators for every state, and so you tend to have a kind of over-representation of rural people and rural interests, and in the modern era of Republican interests. But in the administrative state, it's sort of the opposite. And there is, I think, Ezra Klein's point, which we've discussed before, and is an interesting one, isn't it, is that there is room for some sort of a rebalancing, even if the Trump administration does, in the end, get too far.
It is really, I was listening to that as well from Ezra Klein. It is fascinating to think about, and also the type of people who decide to make a career in government, right? And I remember this even from my time living in Germany, that there was always a sense that within the government, rather, and in the ministries in Germany, that there was a liberal bias, that you had people who would tend to go to university, who would tend to choose a career working in government, would also tend to be more liberal. That's also, by the way, very much the accusation made against journalists, isn't it? And I know that's the case in the UK as well as here in the US. And so what do we think happens next? I mean, obviously this $2.2 billion of funding has been raised into Harvard.
To get a poli-sci degree is a lot easier than get an engineering degree. Now, what is interesting is that people that go into the hard sciences, they typically are more conservative. It's the liberals that are getting liberal arts degrees or soft sciences, psychology, sociology, history, right? When you get these, they're typically liberal. You know, like, you really think a journalist degree is like hard? I mean, get real. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the ubiquinol. This is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. It will help to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's going to help boost up your mitochondria and boost up your energy levels. And ubiquinol will help to protect your neurons. Extremely important to take once you turn age 40. So take this every day, protect your neurons. Another great supplement to take, and that you can stack it with ubiquinol and even C60, is the NAD plus supplement that I have. This will boost up your NAD plus levels. And by boosting up your NAD plus levels, what will happen is that your energy will go up. You'll be able to repair your DNA damage. When you get older, you start to accumulate more DNA damage, and we have repair mechanisms to do that. But when you get older, it gets overridden by too many damaged areas of your DNA. So you need higher levels of NAD plus to help repair that DNA, cellular DNA and mitochondrial DNA. So get the NAD plus, and NAD plus helps with protecting neurons too. So that's the reason why you should be stacking this for neural protection. So get the NAD plus, get the ubiquinol, take it every day, get better blood flow by doing cardio, and do these balancing exercises that I keep on telling you about. Do balancing to activate the cerebellum, so you're getting those neurons firing. Do stretching exercises, those activate different types of neurons that are at the ends of your at the ends of your muscles, there are certain types of neurons that activate knowing that it's being stretched. And then you also do some resistance training, and that activates another set of neurons. And by doing the kinematics, by working out and doing balancing, you're activating that cerebellum. Really important. Learn new things. All right, that's going to activate other areas of your brain that will help with that neuroplasticity. And taking the supplementation you need to take. NAD+ and ubiquinol are really important for neural health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Don't be a liberal. Use discount 5. You get $5 off. And if you spend $150 or more on any order, you will get a free gift until supplies last. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And again, don't be a liberal. Please, don't be a liberal.
How much of an impact will that have? Do you think that will actually, they really do need that money, and therefore they will decide that maybe this isn't the hill to die on, and they'll sort of fall on their sword? Or is it actually no, we're going to stick to our principles and we can kind of cope without this money, and this rumbles on and extends far beyond Harvard, and we've already seen it kind of touch some other universities too?
I put that question to a few voices from Harvard, students at the Crimson, the student newspaper, and also a lot of
let's not forget that the student newspaper, the Crimson, tried to discredit me when I was saying that there was a major problem in 2020. And they tried to turn me into an Alex Jones. But that blew up in their face when I pushed back. You know why? Because I don't back down. Nor has my family history ever backed down.
Clear yet. I mean, the university itself could choose to actually sue the Trump administration, which would escalate this all to another level. But they are very clear that they feel that they can make the case to Americans as well, that these cuts are not just for liberal students. They're not going to just impact liberal students on our campus who are quote unquote anti-American. Also, it will impact funding for health, and also funding for research into cancer and many things. And also, they have said that this time.
But the university only gets 1.1% of the dollars that are issued for research. Only 1.1%. They get $1 billion annually, roughly, on average. And they only produce 10,000 papers a year out of a universe of 290,000 papers a year. Most of the research for cancer, most of the cutting edge research in science, the hard sciences, is not coming from Harvard. That is a fact. So quit the bullshit.
Something that is going to impact all Americans. And so they're hoping that that message that they take to the American public will actually convince people.
Let me get this straight. Scientific discovery takes years. All right. And if the university gets their funding cut, you have other universities doing their research, right? And they're publishing. The bulk of the 500 universities in the United States that are doing high quality research are not Ivy League or Ivy League Plus. So science will continue on and discovery will continue on. You can cut all of the funding of Harvard for scientific research, and it would not stop the science progression in the United States, because you have lots of more, you have 500 universities that are doing research. There's 4,000 universities in the United States. 340 or 320 are Carnegie classification level research, R1 and R2. So you can cut all the funding from Harvard and it won't make a dent in stopping scientific discovery at the university level. Fact.
threat of a funding freeze will convince people that it's not going to impact the university in the way that you think. It remains to be seen how Harvard actually will proceed with this. And I think what's going to be a decisive factor is how many universities stand up with Harvard alongside Harvard. And we saw Columbia University cede to some of the Trump administration's demands when they were facing a funding freeze. And they're in the middle of this kind of back and forth negotiation with the Trump administration. And if you see a number of universities start to stand up and say, no, we will not accept these demands, that could change the equation for Harvard a bit as well.
Yeah, and also, as we were saying right at the beginning, this is a fight they want to have, but it's actually the fight that they want to have more than the result potentially. I mean, I don't think the administration would mind having a fight for the whole of this term of Donald Trump's time in the White House. It kind of keeps people on their toes and keeps people G'd up. So I'm not necessarily thinking they actually kind of, I don't know, send in stormtroopers to close something down. But I do think it's a fight that they are going to carry on with, and it's a fight if the universities want to have it. It's a fight they're going to find very difficult to win. Hey, we've gone the whole distance without talking about tariffs, which is a good thing, because not just because the word tariff is a rather boring one.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the resveratrol. This is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It helps with youthful gene expression. It's going to help the health of your mitochondria. So it's going to boost up your energy levels. And it gets rid of cells that are in senescence. So this is part of a supplement protocol to slow down the aging process and to improve your tissues and your cells. This will help with skin because it helps with the basal layer. It couples really well, stacks really well with NAD+, ubiquinol, C60. So please take the resveratrol every day, drink it with filtered water. Now let's talk about C60 for a second here before we go to the next video. C60 is a very potent antioxidant that's part of a major pillar to my health protocol. It soaks up free radicals. It's hundreds of times stronger, if not 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or in MCT coconut oil. All right. It needs to be in an oil because it's lipid soluble. You take it on empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout, and it'll soak up free radicals while you're working out and help you to recover quicker. Take this every day. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. It's going to soak up those free radicals, reduce stress in the cell and in your tissues. It's going to help with the health of your mitochondria, so your energy levels are going to go up. Your ATP is going to go up. Your immune system is going to improve. Your endocrine system is going to improve. Your brain function is going to improve. How? Because if you're soaking up free radicals in your neurons, you're reducing stress in the neuron. If you're soaking up free radicals in the neuron, you are helping with the health of your mitochondria. When you have healthy mitochondria in your neurons, you're going to have more ATP to create neurotransmitters. So those neurons will fire and produce that positive neuroplasticity. That's why C60 couples really well with clarity factor and NAD+ and ubiquinol. Those are all neuroprotective. So soak up those free radicals in the neuron, improve the mitochondrial health. You need lots of mitochondria in your neurons, and you're going to have just healthier connections. You'll think better. You'll have better memory. You'll think faster. You'll sleep better. So please go to my store and get the C60. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper to purchase the higher ounce configuration because the cost per ounce is less. So that's a great way to save money. Now, C60 is something that you should be taking a teaspoon a day. And an added benefit is by soaking up free radicals in your bloodstream, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL. And oxidized LDL is what causes plaque. So if you're soaking up the free radicals and stopping the oxidation of LDL, and you're lowering your LDL levels by taking, let's say, omega-3 or olive leaf extract, then you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. Now, do you understand why it's so important to take C60 as an anti-aging protocol? please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. There is nobody, absolutely nobody out there that is more comprehensive in terms of how to stack these supplements in such a way that it'll slow down the aging process. And not only that, it's what I do on a daily basis, and the proof you're seeing. All right? People that have been watching me for 10 years or 5 years, you're noticing I'm not aging. Now compare it to some other podcast bullshitter that's on YouTube. All right? And I bet in 5 years, and you look at that 5-year difference, they've aged a lot. Or 10-year difference, they've aged a lot. Follow my protocol, it works. And also, you'll get the benefits of being able to build up that immune system, build up your health, slow down the aging process, have more vitality, and you have a stronger body to absorb the shock that we went through in 2020. You take my advice, you will be fine. Don't worry about the turbo cancers and the prion disease and blah, 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 blah. Just follow my lead. You will be fine. You don't follow my lead, tough shit.
It's like that game of like, if you say the game, then you lose the game.
Yeah. Anyway, I've now said it. I've said it and lost it. But the point is, there is so much happening, isn't there?
All right. Forget about the trade stuff. I want to do another. I want to take a look at another.
The new DMV.
All right. I want to go to DW and their response. Well, that was. Where do
Hi, everyone.
US President Donald Trump has threatened to remove Harvard University's tax-exempt status if it refuses to comply with demands for greater government oversight. It's the latest White House push for control of US universities, amid what it claims is uncontrolled anti-Semitism on campus. Trump's opponents say the move is an attack on free speech. The president's latest threat comes less than 24 hours after Harvard lost more than $2 billion in federal funding for rejecting his demands. Those demands include an end to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, discipline for student protesters, the reform of international student admissions, and an audit to ensure what he calls a range of viewpoints in admissions and staffing. Harvard says it will not surrender its independence nor relinquish its constitutional rights, and that no government should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue. Well, our Washington team has been out talking to students and hearing what they think about the Trump administration's demands.
I think it's so ridiculous. I don't think any president should be dictating what private universities do or teach or how they admit students or how they.
Don't ask for the money. Don't ask for the money. American tax dollars should not be paying for woke agendas. It's really simple. But liberals always want a freebie.
Research universities like this one do important research for medicine and things like that, and cutting away from that because of petty reasons or political reasons is, yeah, we know what that is, yeah.
It's quite disconcerting that they can kind of unilaterally cut funding based off of political affiliation.
I think universities are so often so concerned with legacy, but right now, by bending to the whims of this current president who will be out in 4 years, you are completely foregoing that legacy, and the people won't forget.
Straight to our Washington Bureau Chief, Ines Paul. Welcome, Ines. Tell us more about what Donald Trump wants from Harvard and about Harvard's response.
Why does everyone from Germany, when they get older, that's female, looks like a lesbian?
Right, so the Trump administration basically pushed Harvard to make some major changes, like cutting diversity programs, banning masks at protests on campus, and shifting to a merit-based admissions. So Harvard's president, Ellen.
Oh, wait a minute. We don't want society to be a meritocracy. No, we can't have that. It has to be given, you know, to people that don't deserve it. And oh, by the way, let them, you know, do things that are illegal and have those masks on so we can't identify them.
Furman said that that Harvard University wouldn't compromise their independence or their rights. And as a result, the Trump administration quickly froze over $2 billion.
We're not going to compromise our independence or our rights, but please, government, give us that $1 billion a year.
Dollars in grants and contracts for Harvard really only a couple of hours after the president put out the statement.
So that's $2 billion. That's a lot of money. What would a cut like that mean for Harvard?
It means that the overseers, the Harvard Corporation, and many programs within Harvard, the ones that are heading those programs, they are shitting in their pants. That's what it means.
Money even for a rich university like Harvard, they have a total budget of over $5 billion, but $2 million, of course, is a big chunk of that, if I might say that. So it could mean, for example, less financial aid for students. It could mean cuts to academic programs, and also, of course, fewer faculty positions.
Okay, now I know this is I know it's Germany, and it was two days ago. All right, but the reality is, the Harvard Crimson have already published a series of articles where HMS is cutting staff, they're cutting programs, and other areas of the university are truncating their staff and truncating their spending because they have a budget shortfall now. So it's not maybe, it is happening.
It has one of the biggest endowments in this country, and this might cushion the blow a little bit, but such a significant cut, of course, would really still challenge the quality of education and resources they provide and what they are.
Let me get this straight. Status quo is you go to class and you don't know if you're going to have some pro-Palestinian protest disrupting your calculus class or your engineering class, all right, or your history class or whatever. And then you're going, after your class, you're going for lunch to Annenberg, and guess what? You have to go through these protests pushing an agenda where they want to divest their portfolio at the university, and they are demonizing whoever they want to demonize, all right? And then fast forward to graduation, and your graduation is disturbed by the student body protesting. A once-in-a-lifetime event for your family to participate and be proud of the students. And the ultra-liberals take that away from people. You can never relive that. And there's the problem with the liberals. There's the problem with the woke agenda. They'll take everybody down with them. So, if we stop the funding and the universities stop these types of activities then what will happen is you'll have a student body that can go from class to class and not be disrupted by protests, no matter what the protest is. Cupcakes or pro-Palestinians or pro-Israel, it doesn't matter. The students shouldn't have to be going through that on a daily basis. There shouldn't be sit-ins at the cafeteria. There shouldn't be sit-ins at the library, especially during finals or midterms. the students need some discipline. Now, here's a really weird, strange thing about this. It takes a lot of discipline to get those students to score well on their GPAs and do well on their, ACTs or SAT scores, right? But the thing is that these students, they're so focused on just their education that they haven't lived. They haven't really experienced the world around them as a child, all right? Because their whole life has been dictated on how to get into these elite schools. So by the time they get into the elite schools, they really don't know how to behave. There's not discipline there, right? There's discipline in academics. There's not really discipline in like how to conduct yourself in a society because they have low EQ, low emotional intelligence. They have high IQ, but they have low EQ or even social intelligence, SQ. So what happens is that they're a vessel, an empty vessel, that's charged by ultra-liberal faculty that leads to these problems that are on campus. So we need to stop that from happening so the university can actually get back to its mission. And that mission is teach. Provide the skill sets that the student needs for their discipline so they can be productive in society. That's their mission. Now, if those students want to protest off campus, that's their right. If they want to, engage their student body and fight for civil liberties, that's their right. But they shouldn't be doing it on campus because it's disrupting normal operations of the university. I think it's that simple. And when you have administrators like Garber not willing to fight and push back on the student body and the liberal faculty, you get problems.
Harvard is not the only university this administration has been targeting. How have others reacted to the Trump administration's demands?
Differently, other major universities, some have responded to the administration with resistance and others more with adaptation. But it is interesting that Harvard stance really sparked a new conversation. For example, Columbia's acting president, Claire Shipman, and Columbia, of course, was one of the first universities which was targeted by the Trump administration. She said after the president of the Harvard University put out this note, she said that the importance of discussing the values of higher education is more important than ever. It's important for our international audience to understand that private donors play a really vital role here in the United States, in the Ivy League area, because they are funding these Ivy League schools. So the real test really will be how these donors will be defending free speech by compensating potential funding cuts which might happen. So the cultural debate definitely here in the United States is heating up at university campus.
Okay, thanks for that. In a poll in Washington. Let's get into this with
what will save Harvard is that small percentage of student body and faculty that are conservative. Where we are correct on the history, where this is going. We are correct on the alignment of God, country, and family. We are correct on the idea of a constitutional republic. And we need to fight these woke agendas. That's how you save the university. And that's how you save America. It's the ones that are going to save America are the conservatives that are at Harvard, not the liberals. And that's my battle cry.
Jacoby, he's National Director of the Nexus Project. That's a non-profit organization set up to fight anti-Semitism and to uphold democracy and free speech. Welcome to DW. I've got a headline for you, which I'm going to read and then ask for your comments. So here we have: massively rich elitist institution stands to lose billions in government handouts because of its anti-Semitic or woke behavior. Pick that apart for us and tell us why, or indeed whether, people should care.
Well, people should care because the government is weaponizing the issue of anti-Semitism in order to further its efforts to undermine democratic institutions, and in this case, higher education, and that's a problem.
You see Harvard being undermined by this rule, as I say, a massively more wealthy institution which has more money than some small countries. Again, why should we care?
Well, we should care because the money is being put to good use. The money is used for scientific research to help cure diseases. The money is being used to educate our students. The money is being...
Do I have to reiterate what I've been saying for 4 hours?
For scholarships for disadvantaged students. The money is being used to train teachers. The money is not just sitting there. The money is being used to help this country be a strong, democratic country.
Is there anything in what President Trump is proposing in these impositions on Harvard and other universities? Is there anything that you would keep?
No, nothing. His agenda is nothing to do with anti-Semitism. His agenda is what he said it was. He said his agenda is for viewpoint diversity, which means getting his viewpoint across. His agenda is for...
All right. This guy is an anti-Trumper. Guess what? You don't get diversity of viewpoints at Harvard or most universities. You know why? Because most faculty are liberal. The university needs to start hiring equal levels of liberal and conservative. And that's showing well balanced to the student. Now, isn't it really interesting that students that are actually in the hard sciences, engineering, chemistry, biology, a lot of them, they're conservative. It's when you get into poli-sci, history, international affairs, you know, some of the sociology, psychology, or some of the liberal arts, you know, humanity type degrees, that they're like really woke.
Changing the hiring and the admissions process has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. And he also wants to keep foreign students out. And my parents are immigrants. This country is better because my parents moved here, because I live here, because my community lives here. And the idea of keeping immigrants out is an anathema.
Columbia University lost 2 presidents over the supposed anti-Semitism issue, even though it ultimately capitulated to White House demands for increased federal oversight. So what do you think Harvard's next move should be?
Harvard, I think Harvard made the right move. Let me say one thing about the anti-Semitism issue. It's true that there was some anti-Semitism during some of these campus protests, and that anti-Semitism should be dealt with in the way that a university deals with issues and problems on its campus. There was vandalism. The vandals should be punished. Most of it was free expression, peaceful protest.
Now let's get this straight. Harvard wants you to give. Let's zoom this up a little bit, because this is America, right? All right. Let's zoom this up. This is where that famous statue of John Harvard is. All right. And right above him is the American flag. A lot of people went through ROTC through Harvard. A lot of people were commissioned officers in the military that went through Harvard. All right. And in 2024, you had a student body that encamped for months in front of that statue on the lawn and raised a Palestinian flag right where you see that American flag. Now you're telling me you don't have a fucking problem with the student body?
Using that, weaponizing that as a pretext for its own agenda.
I'd like to play you a clip of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and then get your thoughts.
First, when it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear they must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students.
So, Jonathan Jacoby, it sounds like you don't think Harvard has anything to apologize for.
Don't worry about the anti-Semitism. Worry about the anti-God, anti-country, and anti-family. That's where it's at.
Well, I think Harvard actually has apologized for those instances where student safety was put at risk, and I think it's not only apologized, but it's taken steps. And if one were to look at what Harvard has done up until now, I think that it's been grappling with this issue and it's done a good job. Do I think that Harvard should apologize to the American Jewish community? I think that's crazy. The American Jewish community has been embraced by Harvard. It has a vibrant Jewish community. I know many of the professors there. I know what I studied when I was there. And I think that the president should apologize to Harvard for what he's trying to do.
Okay. The stated goal of removing anti-Semitism from America's universities, that's the headline of these Trump activities. Is it necessary? And how better could it be achieved?
We put together a guide for universities for identifying anti-Semitism in campus protests. They can use that guide. They can look for instances of anti-Semitism, and they can do educational activities, which is what a university is all about. Perhaps there are some steps that they can be made. There's some punitive measures when the law is broken or when regulations are in some way broken. The universities are set up to do that. And also I want to say that universities are places where we learn, where we exchange ideas, where we have difficult conversations.
Right.
The most important thing for Harvard.
Right. There is nothing wrong within the course rubric to have that. But when it gets out of control, why does a student have the quote, the right to protest in the yard between classes or disrupt a class? Because that's what was happening. You had these Palestinian protesters coming in to classes and disrupting classes that are totally unrelated, like mathematics or engineering. All right? No. There is nothing wrong with having a university with vigorous debate. Nothing wrong with that. Making sure that doxing doesn't happen with the students, between the students, or between the student body and the faculty. And not just that, it stays, what happens in the classroom stays in the classroom. And if they want to use their civil rights offside campus, albeit. But then to take over the university, take over alumni functions, take over certain activities that are going on campus grounds, I think it's wrong. And the students need to be disciplined, and you have you have an administration within Harvard that needs to push back on these student bodies that are disrupting the university. It happened during the commencements. It happened during the alumni day. It happens, during certain activities. It's not just normal class operations throughout the week. You have a student body that's out of control. Out of control.
to do is to engage in those conversations, teach people. That's the most important thing.
Okay, so you mentioned earlier that these moves actually run the risk of damaging the cause of anti-Semitism. Just expand on that for us.
Well, first of all, one has to look at the source of anti-Semitism. The greatest source of anti-Semitism in this country comes from the far right, comes from the white nationalist movement, comes from even neo-Nazis that we have in this country. And the most important thing that we can do is to rid ourselves of those people who are right now, some people who are even in government, who have those points of view. They have every right to have those points of view.
The problem with the ultra left and the ultra right is that they end up being the same. The ultra right, neo-Nazi type is the ultra left, and vice versa. It's like one circle, all right? If you go too far left, you are right, super right. If you go too far right, you end up super left.
Democratic country, there's free speech, but we don't want them in government, and we don't want them trying to regulate our universities. And then I think, you know, Jews have been safer and more prosperous in this country and wherever there are democracies because they live in an open society and because we have relationships with other minority groups and vulnerable populations, and we want to enhance those things. And if you weaponize anti-Semitism, if you use anti-Semitism as a pretext for breaking up those cultures.
He's trying to use some sort of intelligent argument that, the reality of the situation is this. Anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine. And what's going to happen is the whole BLM movement is going to be pushing for reparations. And that means that middle America, Christian middle America, is going to be worse off if they win, if the BLM movement wins. And people need to pay attention to this. Now, like I said, nations are going to be cursed or blessed during this period of time as Esau and Jacob battle each other. Now, what side are you going to be on? Because if you're on the wrong side, you're going to lose out big time. He needs to wake up.
Christians for undermining democratic and higher education institutions, then you're going to be hurting the very thing that's kept us safe.
Okay, so seeking to control America's universities, this is just the latest Trump move, which is also seeking to sue.
So they just keep on protecting the pro-Palestinians, keep on protecting this whole BLM movement, keep on promoting this woke agenda or protecting it, and eventually it metastasizes. And then what happens is that cultural revolution that Miss Taiwan is talking about is going to take place in the United States. And it starts at these elite institutions. All right. Now, you think you're going to fare well with your property rights when that happens? When they use legal loopholes or get woke politicians into Congress and pass bills where there's a taxation on your income for reparations? That's where this is going. People need to wake up.
Nations target migrants and seek to overturn elections. Is it too much to say that the United States is moving towards authoritarianism?
It's too much to say that we can't stop it. That's what I would say.
Oh, but the authoritarianism is happening not just from the ultra-right, but also from the ultra-left. Because think about it. The ultra-left is saying, you have to do DEI. You have to obey by our whims and our protests and burn down the town and not care about due process. If you have a conservative judge being nominated to the Supreme Court, we're going to demonize them and try to discredit them and destroy their reputation and put fear into their family. That's how the ultra left is. You don't see that on the conservative side. When a liberal Supreme Court justice is being nominated and going through the hearing process, you don't see that. But you do see it on the other side when a conservative judge is being nominated. So where's the authoritarianism? Do we really have an ultra-right issue in government? No, we don't. Not even close. Do we have a growing problem with an ultra-left agenda, an ultra-left politic in government? Yes, absolutely. So which authoritarianism are we talking about here, DW? Huh? Let's stop assuming that the authoritarianism is ultra-right, because it's not. The authoritarianism is coming from the ultra-left. And this is the Mao 2.0 cultural revolution that's taking place, brought to you by China.
That direction. I think you're familiar with others in other countries who are trying to move it in that direction. And our task is to stop them. And specifically our task is to take the weapon of anti-Semitism out of their hands so that they can't exploit Jewish concerns and Jewish fears in service of their political ends.
Good talking to you. Thank you for joining us. Jonathan Jacoby from the Nexus Project.
Thanks so much for having me.
Harvard grad living in Los Angeles. Sounds like a conservative to me. Amazing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and stack this supplement the way I tell you to, and you are going to see huge improvements in your health. All right. Take the Boomer Boost powder. Take it for breakfast or for lunch every day. You get take a full scooper of this, mix it with soft foods like hummus, yogurt, or applesauce, something like that. Or you can use just filtered water, dissolve it in the filtered water, mix it with milk if you want, put it in a smoothie. But the idea is to use this as your breakfast or for your lunch. Don't worry, you will have plenty of energy. Trust me. You get 68 nutrients in here. It's very extensive what the nutrient profile is. Take a look at the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you will see the benefits of this within 72 hours. I'm not joking. What this is going to do is it's going to help with your cardiovascular health. It's going to help with your brain health, help with your musculature, boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. You are going to start to lose weight safely when you do this. And you're going to have a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day, no spiking. You're going to be able to sleep better, and you're going to be able to think more clearly because it's getting rid of that brain fog. You also get magnesium in here, so it's going to help with vitamin D3. And when you take this every day, you're going to notice that you are having more vitality, and you're going to be wanting to move around. You're going to have that kind of that energy levels that you were when you were younger. All right. Now, I'm not saying you're going to have the energy levels of a 2-year-old, but I'm just saying that you're radically going to feel better. All right. You're going to start feeling this, and what I'm talking about, within 72 hours of taking this. All right. It's very powerful stuff. You should be taking it every day. Now, this is a great way to slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system, help with your endocrine system, help with your brain function, help with your cardiovascular function, help with your metabolism, lose weight, control your A1C levels. That's your glucose levels, if people don't know. And by taking this every day, you're going to get healthy. Now, you can stack this with barley, the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley that I have, or you can take them separately. It's up to you. Now let's talk about what does the barley do. Now, barley is a high density protein. This is heirloomed, all right? So that means that it has high nutrient density compared to other barley that you would buy at the store. The barley that you would normally buy, even at Whole Foods or at an organic food supplier, is typically lower yield quality. This is very high yield quality barley. So you can't get this anywhere, all right? So at a regular grocery store, it's a powder. You take a scooper or a half a scooper a day. You mix it with the same way you mix it with the Boomer Boost, all right? Soft foods, water, milk, smoothie, whatever. Take it every day, once a day, breakfast or for lunch. It's a high density protein. Now, what's the differences between heirloom barley and gladiator barley? Heirloom barley is going to help to detoxify your body, reduce inflammation. So that's going to be good for your immune system. That's also going to be good for your cardiovascular system. And also, if you work out, you're going to recover quicker. And reducing inflammation helps with brain function. Chronic inflammation, especially at the cerebral level, causes problems with your neurons. You want to reduce inflammation. Now, it also has superoxide dismutase, so it's going to soak up free radicals. That's really important to reducing stress in the cell. It'll help with the mitochondrial health. It'll boost up energy levels. And by soaking up free radicals, you're going to have your tissues perform better. That means your endocrine system is going to perform better. That means your immune system is going to perform better. It also means that your neurons will perform better. All right, so taking the barley is really important. Now, the gladiator barley gets all the benefits of the heirloom barley that I just mentioned, but it also helps with building strength. So you do resistance training. Now you can take it separately. You take it the exact same way as the heirloom barley, or you can stack it with Boomer Boost. Now you can take Boomer Boost with the heirloom barley or Boomer Boost with the gladiator barley, but stack them together, you get the max benefit. And what will happen is that you're going to be gaining muscle. You're going to be doing work. You're working out. You're doing your cardio. You're doing your resistance training. You're doing your balancing exercises and your stretching. You're taking a half a scooper or a scooper of gladiator barley a day, and you mix it with a full scooper of Boomer Boost. And you got all the energy that you need for your breakfast or for your lunch. You do it once a day. And you're going to lose weight. You're going to control diabetes. And guess what? You're going to be improving your immune system, your cardiovascular system, your brain function. You're going to be detoxifying your body. And you get lots of benefits. This stacks really well with Myotrol if you want additional boost of gaining muscle, because Myotrol helps with gene expression to gain muscle. This can be used as a fuel source, pre or post-workout fuel source if you're an athlete, younger or older. But even if you're not an athlete and you're just wanting to get healthy, this is a great way to do it, and you can lose weight safely, all right? And when you safely lose weight and you change your lifestyle and you look at this from a holistic point of view, you will permanently lose that weight and not go into a yo-yo diet. So please take my advice, take the Boomer Boost, take the gladiator barley, do the resistance training, do the cardio, do the balance exercises and the stretching, eat properly, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, sleep properly, get proper sleep, learn new things, get that neuroplasticity going, and you're going to get healthy. And you can stack these lots of different ways. You can just take this, and it's going to do major improvements for your health. But if you also stack it with C60, you're going to soak up those free radicals and really boost up the health of your mitochondria. You take it with max 35 or max 14, you're boosting up your immune system. You take this with turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, and you're supercharging your immune system. So you can stack these a lot of different ways, all right? It's something that I highly recommend if you want to get healthy. Now, everything I covered today, I take. it slows down the aging process and it boosts up your immune system, and it helps with these different targeted systems: gut health, liver health, kidney health, heart health, brain health, your immune system, your endocrine system. They're all very important. Your bone health. So pay attention, do these things holistically, and you will fare very well in terms of health and wellness. That's the end of my transmission. Hopefully you learned something. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.